later on. So this chain is not just the responsibility of the producer, like downstream, that we talked a lot about yesterday, but also upstream. And a colleague from Colombia yesterday, from the private sector, said something very interesting, because she said, express fashion is like the essence of people. And I was thinking about that, and I thought, well, yes, maybe, yeah, it's interesting. And it's associated to the sovereignty of the consumer, but also the whole industry, the whole fashion industry and marketing changes your preferences and makes us be within this sort of ultra-fast fashion consumption. So when we look at the textile industry, we also have to look into that whole chain of marketing that creates changes in people's preferences. So we need to change it. In the same way that we changed the whole tobacco chain. We started where smoking was fantastic and wonderful, and now it looks bad. We have to be able to change the narrative. And that whole chain where textile made with recyclable fibers, that can be reused, that can be extended in its whole chain. That is what the consumer should prefer. And that means changing the narrative that is more and more important, because the narrative makes it a fact in many, many cases. And my last words, finally, but by the way, that has to do with the consumer, with education, and with the changing of preferences. And to put an end to my words, I wanted to mention the following. In this matter, it is important to think. When we started with the circular economy, we talked about the 3 R's. I wonder if you remember. But now I think there's 9 R's or 10 R's maybe. So it's very important to look at all of these R's, because if we analyze all of those R's, we're talking about rethinking the chain, rethinking the product, talking about from the beginning of an idea all the way to the end of that idea. And behind that whole rethinking of the chain, you will see it's not just in materials. As we mentioned it before, behind the materials we have people. In fact, in that whole chain there are people, and that's what's really important. We have to see how we can integrate all of the people throughout the chain. And in ECLAC, after this meeting that we had yesterday and the one we had today, I'm sure we're going to get many new ideas to face this problem from global matters, but also due to regional development and public policies that the countries are facing. So from right now, I want to thank you beforehand, because yesterday I took away from this meeting many good ideas to work on from yesterday. Excellent. Thank you. Very good. The idea is that we can all take all of these new ideas home in the various areas. So continuing with these welcoming words, we'd like to give the floor to Francesco, representative of the Southern Cone. Yes, thank you, Francesco Gaetani from UNEP. I want to concentrate talking about the environment, because that's what concerns me. Now, of course, we took notes yesterday, and we saw the whole matter of textiles, and it includes many, many aspects that have to do with many matters that have to do with the economy, with sociology, with the environment, of course, but also human behavior and also communication, like it was just mentioned by our colleague from ECLAC. So I'd like to start with some figures that I heard yesterday that I think are really interesting to bring about and to identify as part of the problem from the environment. So since the year 2000, that's like 26 or 30 years, we have doubled the production of synthetic fiber globally. And that fiber, of course, ends up in the global market. And therefore, it's an important percentage. I mean, for an important percentage of this, there is no process of like the end of life or the life cycle that is sustainable for the environment. So 70% of the synthetic fiber is produced using fossil fuels. And the average usage of these clothes has gone down, globally speaking, from 36% in 15 years, meaning the frequency in which people change their clothes has increased a great deal in the last 15, 20 years. So the textile sector, including all of the processes of production, from production all the way to the end of the life cycle of the clothes, of the garments, emits between 2 and 4% of greenhouse gases, globally speaking. And something else that's very important and more interesting, it represents the third source of plastic residues or waste at a global matter. And yesterday we mentioned quickly microplastics that can go into the life cycle of many living organisms, marine organisms, but also in the land ecosystems, and also create atmospheric pollution in many cases. Another matter, another piece of data that's important is that in order to produce 1 kilogram of fiber textile, we need, on average, more than half a kilogram of chemical products. And of course, that depends on where we're producing the textiles and the type of rules and norms and standards that we have in the country, the standards, the laws of that country, and how that whole program, the whole process rather, is developed. So this is a matter, we could call it a problem actually, that really needs to be solved at a global scale so that we could solve it or identify possible solutions. And from the discussion of yesterday, what is more sort of top of mind and I thought was truly interesting, and the messages that I perceived from yesterday's discussions and the presentations from the members of the panel has to do with the data. And first of all, the importance of having basic lines or the like a matrix of these grassroots. And if we don't really know the size and the way or the whole process or problem is being developed, we need to know the basic data of every country, because otherwise it's very difficult to be able to help make decisions and public policies and to be able to take decisions or identify the best policy so that the then the whole matter of standards, especially globally speaking, especially to be able to implement traceability measures for traceability that are truly efficient, and that they should give us a real photograph of what is happening. And we've also heard yesterday about the implementation of like a tracer throughout the whole life of the textile product. Another thing I found very interesting yesterday was a discussion that had to do with cultural changes and education, because this is a matter, dynamics that are underneath everything that has been defined, generally speaking, as the environment, is a society that can have the capacity to be able to have a cultural change. And as far as textiles are concerned, this is very important, this cultural change, that is, because it means that we must have changes that have to do with the fashion industry and social matters and collective behavior, etc. I was very happy to hear about the importance of having a positive narrative, a positive story behind this, because this is true. Often in many societies or within many societies, it is perceived, using second-hand clothes as something that has to do with poverty. And well, obviously, that's something that needs to be changed. We have to fight it. And it can only be changed with a positive narrative. And then the whole matter of overproduction is also something. It's like, if you wish, like the mother of all the problems we have. Why are we producing so much? Why do we have such a strong demand for something that in fact doesn't need to have such high production. And of course, as you just mentioned, why the final price is so low, that is a question that the consumers should be asking and always keep in mind. But the main matter, perhaps, that came about was, as from my point of view, and from the whole dialogue we had yesterday, had to do with collaboration. It's a global problem. It's a multi-sectorial problem, multidimensional problem. And we need collaboration among countries, among producers, recyclers, importers, consumers. It's a problem that cannot be solved in an isolated manner without bearing in mind all of the dynamics and the processes that we have, which is actually a global matter. So it's something that really needs collaboration to build infrastructures, which don't exist in many cases. We need collaboration in innovation, upstream, in the matter of how it is produced, how these textiles and these materials are produced. And then also, as we've just heard, we need collaboration in this case. And here, perhaps, is the most difficult problem that has to do with matters that have to do with our global standards that directly have to do with the competition among the larger producer of these materials. And to put an end to my words, I would like to mention the global framework on the chemical products, which was adopted in 2023. Imagine all of you know about it, especially the management of chemicals and waste. And from the point of view of UNEP is at the basis of our work. And then also the Green Climate Fund has just presented a new program on textiles. And among the main objectives of this Green Fund and the harmonization of standards and the creation of new tools and innovations. So the first international conference of the green or the for climate and textile will take place in Geneva in November, and I invite you to get more details on the webpage and perhaps even participate in this conference. So thank you very much. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you for your words. We move forward with Maria José Ureta, Head of Circular Economy from the Ministry of Environment in Chile. Welcome once again, Maria José. Good morning. I'm happy to meet up again in the second day of the summit. I think Carlos de Miguel and also Francesco made a wonderful summary of what we talked about yesterday. I thought it was very interesting yesterday, and this morning I got an email from International Matters Office, and they said that under the Basel Convention, more than 70 organizations in the world backed a joint report where they want to strengthen the controls on textiles according to the Basel Convention. And what is interesting is that this highlights the concern about low-value textiles that are full of pollution, they're synthetic, they cannot be recycled, and they're made of plastic, and also the challenges that we have for human health and the waste that this creates in the countries that import them. And so I was thinking, goodness, I mean, look how important and how interesting it is for us right now. We're right here sitting down, talking about the experiences that we've had from the global south. And this also is happening in the whole world. And we are realizing, this is one of the interesting things that I thought from yesterday, what we're realizing is that we have many more questions than answers. And the truth is that these questions are being at a global level, these questions are all the same. Usually when we generate these presentations, the European Union, they've kind of have solved it already and we're just talking sort of about it afterwards. But the truth is that we're realizing that this is something that is alive and globally everyone's asking the same questions. And that actually, far from being a reason for uncertitude, on the contrary, it makes us realize that we coincide with all of these doubts. And so we share the same ideas. And so it is urgent to make this systematic, to be able to build collective solutions. And I think that that exercise that we're having today, to be able to broaden these concerns, these questions, without creating the feeling of the fact that we don't have any control at all. On the contrary, that these doubts also lead us to become more creative. Human beings have a great deal of talent that artificial intelligence does not have, and that is that we have the capacity to imagine and create new scenarios, new narratives, as we talked about today. And this is the way that we have as well to be able to build solutions for tomorrow. And that has to come about from our questions and our concerns. So one of the important things that was mentioned yesterday from Arthur Foundation, they said that the most important innovation of our times is the capacity to collaborate among ourselves, among all of us, rather. And renovation is not always about the latest technology or important patents. It's basically about daring to want to do things in a different manner and also to be able to get better results. And that is, in fact, what we're doing here. We are uniting our wills to be able to make this positive change. So I would like to put an end to my words, and hopefully we will feel inspired. And many of these uncomfortable questions, from these uncomfortable questions, we can get interesting results. So welcome to the second day, and let's continue to build this area that is circular and responsible. Thank you very much, Maria Jose. So we will give the floor to Gonzalo Muñoz, CEO of Ambition Loop. Gonzalo, you have the floor. Thank you, Carolina. And thank you, Maria Jose and Francesco and Carlos, for your words. I would like to reflect the conversations we had yesterday to keep the focus on how this conversation is helping us, and not just in what you said with the rules of Basel, but also everything that has to do with the UNEP 8. I think there is a good deal of comprehension with regards to the challenges that we're facing. I really like the idea that you said that you've been wearing the same jacket for 30 years. I don't know how many times you fixed it. I've had this for 7 years, and I've had to repair it 4 times. And I imagine there must be differences. You haven't actually had it fixed, but for me, that's really important. And that is the world. As far as how the world has changed and the dynamics of textiles have changed, these consumption patterns, and that I hope they will continue to grow. I mean, they'll continue to grow rather with this ultra-fast fashion, but notwithstanding that is a whole problem that grows without control, as was explained yesterday. These matters have to do with the climate change and have to do with biodiversity crisis and the crisis of our soils and our oceans and the pollution of our ocean, and other that has to do with our own body because it's being affected negatively. And I relate that with the discussion that we've had around the traceability and the lack of information. Yesterday, Francesco, you were talking about the problem with that. For 1 kilo of synthetic textile, we need half a kilo of chemical products. Very well. So let me think about this. The question is the following. So we know that our clothes are going to damage. I had to get it fixed because it was washed several times and I sent it, of course, carefully to the dry cleaner, but it needs to be still textile fibers end up in the water, in the environment. And now we have scientific evidence of how much of those microfibers are coming back to our body in different ways. And the easiest way to understand is salt. We know that the sea salt is highly polluted with microfibers. So I know that this salt that I am eating has microfibers, and they've been discovered in the placenta or encephalic tissue. The question is this: the person who decided that kilo of chemical products to put in this synthetic fiber, perhaps this was absolutely linked to the capacity for resistance or the color or the way the way it sits on you. So what is the possibility that that person, when they decided the chemical product they're going to put in that textile fiber, would think about the effect it would have on human placentas? I am sure. I mean, I know the protocols for certain types of food products and chemical products and like medical products, but to use that detail of analysis be in the chemical products that are being used, it's not at all. It's not there at all. So I really liked your analogy when you talked about the industry of the tobacco industry, because we're getting into something that is affecting human health that should really worry us beforehand. Nowadays, the whole matter is that dramatic. And of course, traceability in the information. It has to have that level of care and comprehension. We also know that one of the biggest problems that we are facing, and it was said very well by Slendy, is this responsibility that becomes diluted when the online platforms continue to grow the way they're growing. And so it's very difficult to know, really, who are we facing? I mean, who is responsible for the problem, and therefore who would have the incentive, and who can we regulate and ask them to solve the problem? And there's another problem that has to do with the materials. And so I'm sort of comparing this with packaging. We talk about the ERP problems, and we need to solve packaging problems. We can find solutions quite easy, not too many, but many of the materials or the products that are mono materials. And the big problem of the packaging is when we start talking about multi-types of material, multi-material, because basically in textile industry, it's multi-materials. And if we compare it with packagings, we don't even have the ability to solve this. That we're saying, well, look, this is polyethylene, this is cardboard, this is something else, and let's concentrate the efforts in things that are materials, but it's almost all of it is multi-materials. So this is the matter of having to place these products once again that will have the capacity, and we know it's an industry that needs certain attributes, and once again, the color, the way it sits on the body, flexibility. I don't know much about fashion, obviously, but I do understand there are certain attributes that have to accompany the textile. Will be able to replace that with mono materials and be able to solve these problems. So these are one of the things that we hope will be in the thoughts that we see is a great opportunity. This ERP law, we need to be able to solve the problem of the sales online. And then how can we move this with circularity without giving all of the weight to recycling? Because it can't just be the responsibility of let's recover the material and then, in the worst of the case, let's just put them in a transformer or an incinerator. There has to be incentives for usage and repairing and innovation and design to be able to correct this problem in all of the chain, as you said, Carlos.
Using all of the logic so that the network can ensure that we are showing successes, that we can also learn from the existing regulations that have also incremented these frustrations and that have put a brake on us. We need to be looking at these ERP laws from that perspective. Another thing that's been very interesting to hear is the gender perspective. The fact that today over 70% of the workers in the industry are women, and how we can use that to facilitate green employment and opportunities, not just in the current production chain, but also in the repair and manufacturing area and in different forms of textile crafts. And so this first summit that we're organizing here in Chile, we believe has generated a considerable amount of enthusiasm and rich discussion, and we hope we will then be able to immediately organize our next summit. And we now have three Latin American countries who have expressed an interest in hosting another summit as soon as possible. We believe that that is an indication of success. We don't know exactly where it will be or when it will be, but we are very much looking forward to doing that and moving forward this agenda, not just for Latin America, but also for Africa and Asia. Thank you. Thank you very much. This will be just like our session today, one after the other. We hope to be able to provide that date as soon as possible. Also, in the understanding that we can continue to take advantage of the timeliness so that we can get the impetus and keep that energy going. And on that, we're now going to turn to our government and industry roundtable without further ado, which is one of the core aspects of this meeting, looking at civil society, manufacturers, financial institutions, government, finding a way to engage in high-level dialogue on policy certainty, industrial alignment, and global coordination. I'd like to first give the floor to Marco Bravo, representative and national coordinator for UN programs for the environment. Thank you very much, Carolina. It is a pleasure to greet everyone here. And it's been a pleasure to hear all of those who have spoken before me yesterday and this morning. For this session, where we'll be talking about a number of different aspects, seeking to bring together academia, civil society, government, with a view towards exchanging perspectives on what the sector needs and what the different players need to make a fair transition for the textile sector and helping them to overcome barriers and upscale the impact. We've sought and identified a number of different priorities in concrete terms associated with the industry, and we're looking forward to exploring these opportunities and initiatives that will lead us up to the COP31, the real first international conference at a global level on chemical substances. We have a very important panel before us. We'll be talking about some of the challenges in the regulatory sector for textiles, circular and sustainable textile manufacturing. We'll be talking about the signals that the industry needs from government and particularly the voluntary actions that have been undertaken and that can be undertaken in terms of action, investment, transparency, and cooperation. We're also looking at a just transition for value chains, decarbonization, reducing pollution in the manufacturing and textile industry, creating a more circular, sustainable, and flexible industry, of course, with a view toward that equitable, fair transition for workers, recyclers, and small-scale producers. We'll be looking at national roadmaps and making contributions to global processes that have been mentioned in the context of COP31. So we thank the Ministry of the Environment for hosting this summit. I'd also like to thank the other organizers for hosting us in such a lovely and comfortable location, and also for the support of the different organizations that support the Global South and the Foundation for Zero Chemicals. The calculation, of course, as we all, I believe, know that there are over 140,000 tons of solid waste on a daily basis that are being placed in over 10,000 open air landfills in Latin America and the Caribbean alone. These are figures, of course, that are important from the environmental perspective, but also from the social and economic one. And my colleagues obviously have noted that this has an impact on climate change and also on emissions. And we know that this sector can make a very important contribution, and we know also that there have been contributions that have been made. And microplastics, again, is one of those industries that is often in the media. And there's an ongoing discussion about how we can evolve toward a more circular economy in these areas of microplastics and other substances as well. We have been seeking, of course, to listen to a number of different proposals, especially those emanating out of Peru, on global dialogues, on policies, and looking at over 20 governments in 2025 that have engaged in the uh, consultations on manufacturing techniques presided over by Germany, Kenya, Chile, and the Netherlands. I'd just like to note that this year, of course, there have been additional conversations about textiles and how they continue to prioritize roadmaps through a number of ministerial meetings on the topic in the UN conference, of course. So I'd like to introduce our speakers, Maria Jose Ureta, of course, of the Economics and Circular Economy Office of the Ministry of the Environment of Chile, who's been leading this crossroads under the new ERP legislation. I think we also have Natalia Espinola, who is on screen with us, who is with the Environmental Department of the World Bank, focusing also on circular economy. And we thank Natalia. Now we can see her on screen. Thank you for her presence. We also have Soledad Mella, who represents ANARCH, the Association of Recyclers of Chile. This is an important presence on this panel for fair transition, and as a core aspect, of course, of our conversation. We also have Deborah Singer, a principal executive of CAF, which is, of course, very important for multilateral and regional coordination. We have from Uruguay, Gargin Gugarian, from the Ministry of the Environment, and the coordinator of the project 10+8 of Uruguay in the circular economy. Thank you again, Karina, for being with us. We also have with us Washington Barriga, who is an expert in innovation and sustainable production of the Ministry of Production of Ecuador, as well as Elias Mendez, an expert in circular economy from Colombia, who will be speaking about how to accelerate the transition towards circular economy models in the textile industry. Furthermore, we have with us Juan Diego Valdez, who is in corporate marketing with Falabella, and Maria Fernanda for the sustainability manager for Paris Sur company in Latin America, primarily Southern Cone, as well as Marco Hinaes, the development for production and expert in competencies, industrial development, and economic transformations. So from this perspective, I'd like to start with our government representative. I'd like to ask them a question and ask them to be brief in their responses. We have 4 to 5 minutes each for each response, and then we'll continue with this. So I'd like to ask the representatives of government how you've been able to work in your individual countries. And I'd like to know specifically what is the vision, the strategy that you have for the circular economy. And if we look 5 years out, what is the most important public policy objective that you're seeking to attain, and what support does or do you perceive that industry and the financial sector, or what support do you need from industry, the financial sector, or civil society to achieve it? Maria Jose, please let me know if I run over. Thank you. Clearly, one of the biggest challenges that we have in Chile on a 5-year horizon is crafting regulations within the context of the ERP law. We have an expanded operational committee where we'll be able to talk to industry, but in the regulatory design of this priority product, we have an important challenge, and that is, depending on how we design it, we may be able to encourage reuse, repairability, and so therefore we want to create the right incentives so that industry can take upstream, upcycle advantage so that recycling will be the final strategy used by companies. That sounds a little trivial, but the fact is that it's a significant challenge. What we've seen in packaging and packages of tires that are no longer in use, for example, is that when we're seeking to have a mandate toward eco-modulation so that we can change the models in certain materials, the process of eco-modulation and the tariff or taxation model is really challenging. And so therefore, I think it's a great opportunity for us to rethink our strategy for implementing regulations so we can have a management system that is highly functional, but at the same time set certain standards so that the criteria that's used for eco-modulation can send a clear signal to industry about where it should be going. Because generally, with these management or stewardship systems, you have two different perspectives. And so therefore, industry doesn't really understand what the shared challenges are. And I think there's an opportunity here because when you say, what could government need from industry today? I think something that could be very helpful is to engage in discussions with industry to say what the breakdown would be, what would the structure be in the value chain, in the decision-making chain, when could you include eco-modulation to establish certain shared goals within this vision that we're trying to create within the regulations. Another thing that I think is very interesting is that we have to try to place the incentives for producers and industry, but hand in that with that, how do we create incentives for the consumer? Because at the end of the day, we're talking about new models of circular business. We're talking about repairs. We're talking about secondhand use. We're talking about, fast fashion and so forth. We obviously, industry has to create demand, and that will only happen the right way if we've created the right incentives for the consumers, because consumers, as we all know, are not necessarily inspired by environmental criteria. And that's why I think that collaborative work is so important because to create new methodologies, we have to integrate visions. Yesterday, when I was listening to the presentation by Falabella, I was saying, look, they've studied consumer behavior. They know exactly what the age range is, what they select, how they choose it. And so this is a much more social and behavior oriented challenge. And so, how do we then use the knowledge that our industry partners have to shape habits? Because the private sector has been monitoring and shaping human behavior for decades. So, how do we then incorporate that knowledge into public policy to encourage new habits? And the same thing happens with the banking sector. How can we evaluate projects with high levels, of circularity rather than generating high levels of risk? So in this challenge of how we're going to design a regulatory proposal, it's also how can then we permeate in all the other players in the chain? How can we move the needle? How can we listen not just to the concerns about the public policy we're going to put forward, but how can we incorporate the knowledge? What else does industry know about the value chain, about consumer choices that could help us build a better set of regulations? And I know I've said this a lot, but when people talk about textile value chains, we're not just talking about clothing, it's fashion and it's not stable. It's in constant movement. And it has to do with the way that we as people also inhabit the world. So, yeah, sure, there's hard data, value chains, incentives, but there's also a social component there that we certainly cannot overlook. It's a story that seems to be a very soft component, but it's not. It's structural, and it has to be in public policy as well. So we need a story, not just a story that's regional but global, that allows for a true circular model to be more competitive than a traditional linear model. I think that's the biggest challenge we have in government, industry, and across all sectors. And that's my question. I think the private sector has a lot of knowledge, and the banking sector also a lot of understanding of and has a lot to contribute to public policy. Thank you very much, Maria Jose. We know that in ERP regulatory framework, we know that you have over 10 years working with waste and residuals, so you have a long history in this and the impact on the population. And certainly what you're saying is significant to everyone in the room in terms of these assessments of the social impact, not just the environmental and economic impact of the topic. So it's very interesting to hear what you're saying about how the circular economy can also hopefully will be more even profitable than the traditional approach. I'd like to now turn to Uruguay. Garine, it's a pleasure to have you with us. What are you seeing in terms of the primary challenges to these new policies? Is that data? Is it demand? International cooperation on this topic? What's your vision? Thank you very much, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again to share our vision and our experience. In our case, as a country, Uruguay, we are primarily importers of textiles. We're highly dependent on those imports. And there are certain challenges that are associated with variations in quality of the materials, the composition, the durability of the textile products that we receive. And that certainly has a direct impact on their possibility for reuse, repair, and even recycling. We were saying yesterday that our short-term vision is primarily as an importing country again, to look at extending the useful life through repair, second-hand, sterilization. But again, if the quality of what we're receiving is not high, then it has an impact on all of that. So therefore, I think harmonization is important, not just regionally, but globally. And harmonization in a very broad sense, because obviously topics of quality criteria, if we're going to allow the import of used textiles, we have to harmonize those criteria. Also topics of traceability. Traceability criteria should be interoperable, and having shared methodologies for measurement, for reporting waste. I mean, if every country has the data, but they're not comparable, then what good is it? Another area that's important is technology transfer, research, monitoring. Again, all of this must be done in a fashion that allows for exchange, interoperability, and shared information. Furthermore, for us, it's important to make progress in standards on design. Again, for us, design comes from abroad, and therefore we need to reach agreements on standard, mandatory labeling, things like fiber composition. All of that is of the utmost importance to then move on into the management and the recycling and so forth of textile waste and residual materials. A digital passport is key, of course, to facilitating traceability. And Gonzalo Munoz was just talking about the mixture of materials that are increasingly complex, which then make reuse recovery very difficult, something we certainly need to work on, as well as obviously a ban on the use of dangerous substances. Of course, this is something we need to work on worldwide. Here I see a lot of similarity with the negotiations on plastics. Today, I've been participating on behalf of Uruguay in a lot of those discussions. These are topics that we hear time and time again, especially in the area of plastics, has to be approached globally. And textiles, of course, are similarly situated. The flow of textile materials are Obviously, this is cross-border, just as plastics are. And so therefore, in each country, again, today, and let me now come back to the domestic sphere, it's important that all of our players are participating in the decision-making process. I was speaking with a colleague from Argentina, from Buenos Aires the other day. I was saying, look, we're a small country, both in geography and uh, population, but nonetheless, it's important for us to include all of the different sectors, ministry, civil society, academia, classifiers, recyclers, and so forth in our conversations. And for us, this is of the utmost importance. And we can't really even consider developing or writing a new public policy without everybody sitting at the same table. And so, sure, we're a small country, small scale. It often makes investments more difficult, but it has the advantage of the fact that we all know each other. And so maybe in other, especially larger countries, that's certainly not the case, but it is something that facilitates our work. Before I wrap up, there's one other thing I'd like to mention, and that is the topic of investments. You know, our 20 years of work in ERP really shows that investments appear. They will come. It happened with tires. You know, we had millions of dollars investment in the valorization of tires. We're seeing the same thing happening with the regulations on plastic packaging. Again, we're seeing millions of dollars in investment as a result of that. We've also seen that as a result of the decree on the reuse and recycling of electronic devices. Private sector is investing now in that as well. And so, as they say, if you build it, they will come. So I will wrap up on that note.
Very well. So you're talking about how sometimes the standards are sort of resisted, but also open up expectations for innovation and development. So there is a question I want to ask you about later about the digital passports to control the products that are coming in. That's really interesting. So that we can have like traceability to, this is much broader than our own borders to be able to contribute with these dialogues and perhaps to have like a regional collaboration using artificial intelligence, maybe. We're talking about that later. So thank you very much. Very well. I'd like to give the floor to Colombia. I'm very happy to see you again. Oh, thank you for correcting me. So could you tell me, in your expertise from circular economy, how do you see the situation in Ecuador? Once again, sorry, I'm looking at the little flag and I got confused, yes. Good morning to all of you. I want to thank the government of Chile and ECLAC for organizing this event. And the government of Ecuador is very happy to participate in this relevant conversation about the textile industry. Now, in Ecuador, we've been working on launching the circular economy. We have an organic law that has to do with circular economy and its rules, and it defines the institutionality, and also circular economy at national level has been defined and is integrated by all, or it's made up by all of the people who are responsible of implementing this circular economy. Now, this whole strategy started with the White Book of Circular Economy that defined the products, or rather, the priority sectors for implementation of circular economy based on an analysis of the planet and the green gas effects and the various contaminants that we have from the different parts of the industry. And so we define some priority points of view. We also had participation from the public and the private sectors. And from this, we have now several projects for cooperation to be able to implement the circular economy. And one of them, with the European Union, was defined what we've called the National Strategy for Circular Economy. And we think it's highly relevant for our country because what we want to do is to reduce our ecologic footprint and the gap and the biodiversity and to be able to regenerate our natural systems and the impact this has on human activities in our country. In fact, some provinces from Ecuador are already, well, it's very important to take measures to be able to have a proper sustainable type of consumption because they're already not doing very well. And for this, we have defined certain things, such as promoting public policies and also a regulatory framework that will favor the circular economy, work with financing, other tools, incentives to accelerate this transition towards this type of circular economy, sustainable development, to promote the circular economy in all areas and to work in research and innovation for new business models and to promote circular cities as well as to have sustainability in our whole country and giving priority of circular economy in the ordinance of our territory. So more concretely, what we're looking for in the textile sector is to be able to have public policies. And for this, we have defined some permanent tables that are permanent to design these products and other circular products. And within this framework, we have the Permanent National Forum for Circular Economy, as well as industrial tables. And so these are places where people get together and civil society and private companies get together, academia as well, to try and together come to concrete results. And they're part of the national system for circular economy and the part of civil society towards the government to be able to build these public policies together. We've also developed pilot projects that help us to try these instruments before they're adopted at a national level. Therefore, we're working with a pilot project of responsibilities for packaging. Right now, we have 8 ERP laws, and among them, the producer might be responsible for packaging. And so we're talking also with textile industry to be able to develop a pilot test later on. I would like to highlight that for the definition of a new instrument for the producer, first of all, we must define a list of priorities and the list of products that are priority. And we're receiving technical support from ECLAC to make this whole national system of circular economy become a part of the institution, and also to be able to receive the proper information, and in third place, to be able to get rid of the mythology, because these products that are not necessarily going to be under the responsibility of one person. It's going to be in others. Now, when we talk about waste, we have to talk about the danger there is for the environment, the capacity for management, generating, whether it's domiciled or not, and then how efficient this instrument is this management instrument is, and how applicable and how much control and traceability do we actually get for the proper application of this instrument. So in this way, we hope this year to have a proper official list of the products that are a priority and also be able to include the textile chain in this. Another important matter has to do with sharing information and traceability. Here we're working on the system for information, and what we want to have are indicators at a national level to be able to measure, for example, resources and the consumption of critical material for the GDP and other indicators that are important for a circular economy. We also want to work with the public accounts and how the demand increases and to see if we can have recycling. And it's important to highlight that we have certain certifications that are still valid, such as the green point for these projects. and they've been implemented in industries. What we want is to be able to promote that companies that have these certifications, like how many extra points do they get when they carry out when they want to carry out like bidding for these public purchasing, and these points should be taken into account. And then we have others that are a mixture of private and international incentives, and we're also working with UNDP to design a roadmap to be able to close the gaps for sustainable development. We're also working on national taxonomy and also projects that can have access to the funds that are available. Also, joint development of standards and certification. As I said before, we have created this certification called the Green Point. There are other type of incentives with special labels for these products and also for consumption, so that the consumer will be able to have the tools to take informed decision. And circularity, we see it all the way from production, also the consumer, and also analyzing some programs that have been designed to promote eco-efficiency at industrial level. And as far as consumption is concerned, certification of the types that we have, like the Green Point and many other things. And I want to highlight the participation of the textile sector as far as clean production is concerned, with a coefficient and in the framework of the green framework that we have in UNDP, we will be signing 6 contracts for clean production, and Ecuador's textile industry will be signing it as well. And what we want is to have a diagnosis of the coefficients of these industrial plants and identify opportunities to save resources of raw material, as well as fuel, energy, electricity, water, reduce the consumption of, that is. And all of these opportunities will be put into a document for clean production, and the social and environmental impact will be measured, as well as its integration into greenhouse effect gases, and with which also the savings for the companies that will create these initiatives. And with this, we will promoting sustainable development and circular economy in our country. Additionally, we're working on strengthening capacities, and we have constant training for circular economy and also access to certification. We have a law for efficiency that has to do with large consumers have to have ISO 51001, which has to do with energy efficiency, and also other things are looked at as well. For example, the textile industry, they consume a lot of water, and so the specific measures to be able to be more efficient in these processes. So basically, this is the general schematics that we're working on. Our intention is that the industries will be able to promote a circular economy and implement it as a measure to be more competitive. We see sustainability highly aligned to competitiveness. In fact, with all the agreements, we've been able to achieve better efficiency and better profits for these companies. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. Thank you, Washington, for the words that you've told us about all of the standards and how the laws have been implemented, and how we see that from the general sort of laws we have now, the more specific matters have to do with seeing what might happen with the textile industry. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Slendy for Colombia. She's also an expert in circular economy. Can you tell us a bit about the vision that you have in your country to be able to move towards a more circular economy within the textile industry? Good morning, and thank you. Once again, I want to thank the organizers. So, just quickly, I'm going to tell you, because we mentioned it a little bit yesterday. So, Colombia created a national strategy for circular economy in 2019. And at the beginning, we didn't include the textile industry. It wasn't given the priority it has now. But in 2024, we measured how the strategy was working, and then we did see that there was a need to have the textile strategy, and it was designed and it was built last year and it was published this year. Also, to update the strategy, we identified that we have several ERPs in our country, and we identified the need to have a textile ERP because the strategy has to do with voluntary implementation, and it's also like a guideline, whereas the EPR is quite rigorous, it has the commitments, and there are mechanisms for reports, and it's much stronger. So these two things complement each other. Initially, I would like to say something. In the analysis for ERP, we found the textiles, and when we mention textiles, the immediate relationship is with clothing, but we have other families of textiles that are identified. For example, we import thread, also textile, we also clothes. A lot of it is produced locally. We have also have like blackout curtains. We have curtains. We have also cushions, we have bedding, we have many others as well. We have also the material that's used for advertising, like it, and we also have like toys, soft toys, and also decoration and even pillows. So the photograph is much bigger than what we're talking about. They all have textile fiber. So first of all, we have to look at this. And when we mention this, I want to say that the whole chain is much broader. We can have textiles that if we cannot have like the turn it into clothing or garments, then we can use it for something else like geosynthetics for stuffing, for example. It's worse to take it to the dump or the landfills. It's worse to throw it away. So we have to understand that we want upcycling. But what we're truly interested in is that the material should remain as like material that's being used in the market in its various families. So here, first of all, we want the chain to be visible, and what we need is a lot of innovation. Without innovation, we won't be able to do it. So there's two things we're talking about. First of all, we have to have more innovation, and then we need to also gain more capacity. And for that, the EPR is very useful. And now I'd like to highlight some of the technical matters that we have from the ministry that should be borne in mind, that are within the circular economy already used, like using the garments more often, more pigments such as fibers that are vegetable, reduce these toxic substances that are being used that damage people's health, use materials, second-hand materials, whether they're biological as well as synthetic, eco-design, as well as services that are associated to co-design throughout the value chain, and then the whole matter of improving our practices. And also, this happens in Colombia quite a bit. So how can we have like a better production? I mean, this to have cleaner production, but also the whole matter of the digital passport for the metro, because then we can have traceability, we can have transparency, and we can educate the consumer. So this also correlated with the circular economy business, all of the models to extend the lifestyle, the platforms and all the technology, and also, of course, the models of closing the life cycle, not as a first option, but it's also important to have it in mind. And then within ERP, it's like, what do we use this ERP for? Nearly all of them have the same structure. It tells us who are the most important actors. We have the producer or the importer, who is almost the same thing. And then we have the whole chain for selling, commercialization, and distribution, and the final consumer. And then we have to see how we can correlate this with what we call the managers of the waste, and they help us. And most of them are small and medium-sized enterprises. So how can we strengthen them? Because these SMEs end up being at the mercy of the companies that they're enchained with. So if I make an investment and create a solution, but how can I create a market? So also the SME needs to work hand in hand with the larger companies. and also the role of vigilance and follow-up and control for environmental matters. If we have an EPR or a strategy, but we don't follow up, nothing will happen because people know that it's not being enforced and it doesn't matter. So basically, what challenges do we have to finish? So the data in Colombia is that we still have like a baseline, but we don't have like a large scale, nationally speaking. This business should be able to be scaled up so that they'll be representative, the control and the management of this we were talking about, the concern for this fast type of fashion, that it's difficult and it's a threat for the sector. We export, and also how do we generate added value to these exports? And also here we have another challenge, which is the perception of value. Circularity has a lot of value, but it's just not being perceived. So we need to help to improve that perception of the value on behalf of the consumer so that they're willing to pay a little extra and also have more control on these movements, especially when they go from across our borders. On the other hand, it's important to have the map of all of these sectors to make them visible. We already have several, but they're kind of isolated. There are many designers who are doing very interesting things, but also at a smaller scale. How do we strengthen them? And the achievement that we've had in Colombia, when I did the evaluation, this the strategy for 2030. By 2024, we had a 72% compliance, which is quite high because we still got a few more years, but it means that there is commitment and goodwill because this is voluntary. But if we've got 72% and it's voluntary, this is an opportunity because we say people do care about the circular economy. So that is an asset to be borne in mind. And the other important opportunity is that we should stop seeing clothes as something that we can just throw away and see like minerals. We say there are so much reserves that we have of copper and nickel and all the other material and other minerals that we have. So all of the clothes that we have, all of the fibers that we have are reserves of these type of fibers. So when we look at it like this, we will see how much potential we have and how big the opportunity is. And last but not least, we're talking about opportunities. We have the second-hand market. It's growing. All of the employment that can be generated through remanufacturing. And then also we have to have a very good matter to unite this with the chemical industry. And then I reiterate, it's important to reuse it for something else than sending it to a landfill. Now, some do need to be destroyed, such as the logo from the company. If there's nothing else we can do, then we should look into that. But as consumers, I mean, we have to change our culture, our identity. I mean, our talks about our traditions, and all this should have value. Thank you very much. Thank you for your message from Colombia and the whole description that you've given us of the situation that you have in your country. And also now I would like to give the floor to the retail sector. And it's thought that they will be like at the center of this for the business, the circular economy businesses. So from Falabella, I'm very happy to have you here. From Falabella's perspective, which is a very important retailer from Latin America, what signs have you seen to be able to invest in a larger scale in these textile solutions and circular economy to launch these products and that they should be free of dangerous substances? First of all, good morning to you. It's an honor to be here in this forum. It's a place where we're all learning and collaborating. I recognize as a retailer, it is a bit more uncomfortable type of position, but we still like to be here. And all of our capacities and information is at your service to be able to move forward with these regulatory matters as soon as possible in the best way possible. Now, to answer your question, that actually basically has like two questions in one, I would like to give you a little bit of context. Falabella is a omni-channel retailer. We are in Chile, Peru, and Colombia, and fashion is the most relevant matter of the things that we have there. Fashion is probably the reason why millions of clients prefer us in the markets in which we work. And that places us in a very concrete place in this conversation. We are where the industry interacts with the consumer every single day. And having said that, before the regulation started, we started to experiment with circular models. I won't give you too many details of each of these things that we've done, but we have moved forward in textile recovery, for example. 100% of our shops, we have more than 100 places to recover, like shoes as well. 50% of our shops, we also have workshops that have to do with repair. 17 of these in our region. We have exchanges. We call them fairs to exchange. We did 12 last year, and we have 5 places for secondhand sales. A whole series of initiatives because fashion is our main business. And everything that has to do with new forms of consumption, new opportunities. We want to be there, even if regulation has not caught up. And we have to learn and move forward. Falabella is a country that owes it to its customers. So sustainability is not in the backyard. It's like facing our customers, and circularity is 100% important, 100%. So every decision we take, we ask ourselves, so what does the client gain by this? Or the customer? What does the customer gain by buying something new instead of repairing it? How does this benefit the customer or client to go and exchange a garment in our shops? And what motivates a customer to get involved in a whole process of buying and then secondhand selling? There's a series of questions that we've been doing lately, and we are solving them. They're not written in a manual. And quite obviously, we need to promote this a lot more. We need to educate a lot more. And Slendy was talking about like the perception of value that's lacking, and is very important to move forward in the perception of value in these models for circular economy. And secondly, I'd like to talk about the fact that for fashion to have a second life, it must have had a primary life with value. It needs to be of quality, has to have quality. Falabella was born 130 years ago as a seamstress or as a tailor shop, where the main people of the company would import quality Italian cloth, and the trust and building this type of quality garments has always been the DNA of the company. And that's why linking quality with circularity is of utmost importance and has to be in the center of any policy that is designed from here on. There are business models that move forward with circularity, but then there are others that will not be able to do so. I would also like to highlight something that Malena commented on from my team yesterday, and that is that customer is not necessarily sustainable, not intrinsically. Circularity competes with convenience. And convenience not only of the price, but it also has to do with the accessibility, has to do with the ease, simplicity, how easy it is to attain it, not just the price, but also circularity has to be convenient. Otherwise, it will simply not happen. And this is where we see that the industry has to move forward more than the rules. We have to test, we have to facilitate. But also, we've come to a point where the industry cannot move by itself. We need a legal framework. And to put an end to my words, what signs do we want regarding policies? Which was a question. We know that companies invest when there is an obligation or when there's a market. Nobody builds an infrastructure for classification or textile recycling unless there's enough of a volume to operate. In Chile, we have a regulatory process that is up and running, and we need clear timeframes that we can actually face and comply with. Second place, we need a regulation to incentivize collaboration. I'm very happy that here I'm sitting with my competition. Often being with the competition and collaborating with the competition is seen as something negative, but right now we're in the presence of something that is truly positive. If every company has their own system of gathering and classifying in an isolated manner, we will end up with a lot of dispersed efforts and without the proper scale that we need. If we fragment this effort, we will not be able to have the required volume. We need regulation to incentivize sharing this responsibility. So regulation can demand individual compliance of the companies, but it can also help to build a system. And we think that the second point is the most effective things. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. It wasn't really uncomfortable, on the contrary, and we also thank that the competition here is present and we will be able to make this evaluation of how these systems can end up giving us a better economy, better sustainability, and also less damage to the environment. So thank you very much for your words. So next, let's talking about financing and with the banks. And thank you very much for your presence. And I just want to tell you that the governments of the region are thinking about circularity more and more and the textile matters as an opportunity which is environmental, social, and economic. But many countries have some challenges with regards to investments. And from the CAV, what do you think are the main barriers that stop us from having this scale-up of incentives of the circular economy in the region? And how can the banks give support to the policies that exist in this country? Thank you very much. In these countries, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this extraordinarily salient dialogue. There are so many topics of interest and concern across the region that it is both a challenge and an honor to form part of a dialogue that will, in all likelihood, translate into concrete actions and shared lessons learned. I'd like to thank you also for this opportunity to help generate those shared responses. CAF as a development bank, as well as the multilateral lending institutions that we have in the region, has, I'd say, a broader vision, one from public policy, and sees this topic as a concern that we will add an additional challenge to the many challenges that our regions have from a structural perspective. As you well know, Latin America and the Caribbean is still grappling with informality, with issues of access to clean water, other infrastructure gaps, climate change, sustainable environment, and so forth. And in this, the circular economy plays an increasingly important role. But on the agendas in our countries, we particularly see the issue of the circular economy as a challenge, and particularly the topic of textiles within it. So that's one overarching challenge. Another one that we see, not just in this, but also in other areas, and that is fragmentation and a short-term approach. Unless we have a long-term approach, unless we have a strategic vision about what we're seeking to attain in the circular economy associated with textiles, it's extremely unlikely that we'll be able to scale it up to high impact, sustainable, long-term sustainable solutions. We see that plans may last 4 years, 5 years, as administrations change in different countries. The question then becomes, how do we define a strategy that has a clarity in its objectives, that has priorities in those targets, because these are complex issues, as well, I've heard this morning, that have many different thorny aspects, and we're all seeking to approach it at the same time, but there's always a limitation of resources that poses significant limitation. And so the question then becomes, how can we have a sufficiently clear and yet targeted vision and roadmap that can stand the test of time and make the progress that is needed? Our vision is that the circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean, as you were saying, is an opportunity. It is a complex agenda of productive transformation, and it involves a number of institutional and territorial aspects. Its potential will depend on our ability to think through and to move from strategies and pilot studies to, or from the micro level to the macro level. And those who've spoken before me have referred a lot to regulations, to data, of encouraging innovation, for having funding and financing available, and for encouraging public-private cooperation. I've heard good news. Of course, I've been living in Chile for the last 3 years. I work from the CAF office here. Chile is one of the countries that's made the most progress in this. But we've also heard Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Uruguay that have made important steps. And this certainly should serve as a model for other countries in the region to take advantage of these best practices and work as a community. Obviously, as our colleague from Uruguay, it makes no sense to talk about this on a individual country by country level, but rather it must be addressed as a region and at the global scale. From the development bank perspective, what can we make available? Certainly the typical technical assistance and financing instruments. But I also think that insofar as this is a sector that has a presence of the private sector as a cornerstone, as a key actor, which then leads us to a circular economy and involves the private sector. The development bank obviously then can certainly assist and provide blended financing, green funds, and we can provide, again, financing guarantees to help reduce rates and encourage investment in the circular economy. This has to do with facilitating infrastructure that in turn reduces or minimizes the generation of waste emissions and allows for the reuse or the use of secondary materials. Another thing that the development banks can do is, within the context of each country's regulatory framework, is facilitate technical assistance to expand on these topics. And also exchanges of best practices, which is, of course, is key. There are many challenges, time is limited, and when you're starting from zero, when there are good experience in the region, that's something that CAF certainly seeks to encourage across its member countries. Again, in the regulatory context, we can help countries to create instruments that generate incentives to scale up and integrate business models that are circular, attractive, and viable from an economic and financial perspective, looking toward a cultural paradigm shift. And as we all know, and as we've all experienced in other walks of life, making those cultural shifts are challenging. We've seen it from, the importance of working with children so that this will grow over time. But we also know that regulation can spark these cultural changes and leverage those changes. So we are very much open to supporting the design and implementation of mechanisms that will allow, on the one hand, the internalization of environmental costs, as well as assuming responsibility, stewardship in the environmental area for production with in the context of providing incentives again for the circular economy. There's another aspect that at CAF we think is extremely important as well, which is to take important advantage of lessons learned, looking at the different green taxonomies that have been extraordinarily important in mobilizing sustainable resources and projects, because this helps to reduce risk by using methodologies that are tried and tested in other areas and applying those in the textile industry. Again, this would facilitate the process. Lastly, and certainly not least, there's a topic of data, which has been mentioned. It's one of the biggest challenges we face today. Traceability also has been mentioned. There are limitations in terms of sharing information. And again, these are areas where we can generate structures and ideas, initiatives that are region-wide to, again, facilitate this cooperation and that will have a greater impact and a broader scope. On behalf of CAF, let me conclude by noting that we firmly believe that collaborative efforts are essential. The challenges our region faces requires us to share our resources, share our human capital. For some of our countries, these topics are very new. For others, we have a lot more experience. And so sharing that knowledge and experience and expertise is important, as are gatherings like this that allow us to engage in information sharing. So in sum, we are very much open to supporting these initiatives, to participating in these types of gatherings, and aid as we can from the Development Bank perspective. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dinora. With regard to what CAF is able to do, I think we have with us Natalia. Natalia, who is appearing remotely. We are running a little late. We'll try to be as brief as possible. But Natalia, we all agree that there's a lack of investment to leverage the different initiatives in this area. And I wonder, from your perspective, from what you do in the World Bank Group, where are you headed currently? Where are capital resources going? And what can that tell us about the market signals that are missing to be able to attract greater investment? Thank you very much. I'm going to give you some information that we've given in the World Bank Group, Latin America and the Caribbean represent just 1.5% of global investment in the circular economy. And in textiles specifically, it also represents just 1.5% that comes into our region. Where are we getting this information? 2018 and 2014, the circular economy tracker developed by the World Bank recorded $198 billion in private investments in three sectors: electronics, packaging, and textiles. It is a good signal, but North America received 42% of that, Europe 40%, Asia 10%, and our region 1.5% of that investment. In that context, the concentration is even greater because Mexico represents 2/3 of that regional investment, followed by Brazil, and then the other countries in Latin America. The textile sector specifically received $12 billion compared to 63 billion in packaging. And of that, again, overall 12 billion, only 1.5% came into our region. Now we're talking about textiles in Latin America and in the Caribbean. 38% goes to value recovery, and material recovery. Just 37% went to circular use, repair, or extending the useful life of the products. For example, in Chile, there's a second-hand clothing platform investment, and the 25% remaining went to the value chain for design and circular production, where there's a greater potential for systemic transformation for the sector. For example, in Mexico, there was an investment that is producing alternative leather using waste materials from fruit production. So working in the circular economy and part of the value chain, we obviously see this as an opportunity to create better, more employment, to create economic resilience, and contribute to cleaner cities, to promote financing directly with the public sector and private sector, and through our private arm, the IRPC, supporting public policies, building instruments, market standards, producing knowledge and understanding the current stand of the economy. In 2025, the circular economy guidelines were published, and this gives us an idea of what activities have circular economy funding and what do not. Based on these definitions, this year we created the Circular Economy Investment Tracker. It's a tool that anyone can access. It's a platform where you can clearly see where this capital is going for the circular economy in general, and specifically for textiles. In the World Bank Group in 2015, the IRPFC has invested over $2 billion in 37 countries. The International Finance Corporation, the IFC, also has invested $50 million in a textile factory in Turkey, as well as textile recycling for processing of waste materials. We've also identified $3 billion in additional public-private funding that can be invested in the circular economy. But the question is, why isn't capital not coming into it? Why are we not seeing private sector investments? We've invested some barriers that we see repeated worldwide. First, the question of bankability or the financial viability of projects. Very often we're talking about, obviously, new materials, virgin materials as they're called, are often much less expensive than recycled materials. They're also less unpredictable. And what we're learning also is that public policy is very important for that bankability. the project, so when we create demand for recycled materials, I mean, that is a challenge in and of itself. But again, as other people have mentioned today, the value chain, the systems of responsibility and stewardship, expanded responsibility for producers are important. And our tracker does confirm that 20 out of the 25 primary investment receivers have a formal circular economy roadmap. And the key word here is the implementation of that public policy, because if the public policy exists, but there's no compliance, then there's no investment. As the representative of Uruguay rightly said, when there is a public policy, the private sector moves and investment comes. So if you build a public policy, again, if you build it, they will come. Once again, we see obviously another barrier is the informal sector. This is a problem just not in Latin America, but around the world for recyclables, for the informal nature of many people who are collecting these. It's not just a question of ethics, but it's also a question of the supply chain for investors, understanding the complete supply chain, understanding what is available. And for example, in textiles is extraordinarily important. And another barrier, and perhaps lastly, is the size of these transactions. The tracker shows us that 75% of the transactions that we've seen are under $10 million. For a lot of major institutional investors, this is very small. It's a question of not just of appetite, but it's a question of investment. So if we're looking again at packaging or packing together these smaller investments and larger ones to make them more investment. And now perhaps lastly, these simultaneous interventions in the value chain are necessary, certainly for collecting and recycling, but supply and demand have to move together. This is a systemic change, and it requires coordination across the financial sector, public-private sectors, and all of the players in the ecosystem. And on that, I would conclude my remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia, for connecting and explaining to us, the precarious nature and the situation going on in our region in terms of public policies and plans for leveraging investment in the sector. I would like to now give the floor to Maria Fernanda Kluwer. Thank you for joining us from Falabella. Circularity is often focused on what happens with waste, but very often retailers participate in the selection of products based on their requirements, consumer use, reuse, life cycle, and so forth. From your perspective, what should the retail industry, what should their role be in having an impact on the industry through government and industry? Thank you, Marco. Thank you all for the invitation. To answer to the first part of the question, I think we really need to define circularity. And very often, we used to fall into the temptation of speaking about circularity when the product was already a waste and had reached the end of its useful life. And in 2021, when we created our sustainability area, we created a textile recycling program. That's what we did 15 years ago because we thought that was right. Then we learned that circularity comes from the initial design of the product. And Gonzalo Munoz said something that's been very useful to us. And he said that garbage is a design error. And that is very much industry has taught us that at least in retail, circularity actually comes before design. It comes when the commercial planning teams decide what to buy and how many units to produce. This is essential because for us, the primary challenge we have is overproduction. And if we don't grapple with overproduction, we're not going to deal with the problem of overconsumption. And the question, Marco, we can't have a textile system that's circular if that system generates more products than what the market needs. And so it's not just a question of retail. Anyone that works with textiles or clothing, we need to look at something that is important, and that is the rate of excess. That's the number of products that we have that are in excess, what we couldn't sell, what was happening with was it quality, was design, or we made too many, and so we have this excess product or leftovers. So why is that so important for us? Juan Diego also mentioned this. We are very, I mean, we're very present in the daily life of individuals, and we can have a cross-cutting impact on millions of people. Retail defines the supply, but it also influences the purchasing decision-making of consumer makers. And from my organization, we believe in collaboration, and a lot of people have addressed this. No company does everything well. Collaboration is important, and we've worked with our allies over the last 15 years. And when, when Juan Diego was talking about competition, I mean, in my 20 years of experience, I had never seen two retail competitors sponsoring the same event. And I'd like to thank the Ambition Loop for this, because we're not competing here. We're all collaborating. We're working together, because unless we do this, especially in areas like surplus, we're never going to succeed. The second question, Marco, is how we can transform demand. And I wanted to go back to what Francisco was saying about scale and success cases. We've transformed demand, not just as an industry, but not just as our organization. It's a question of there's no message, no benefit, real or concrete for a person if we say, buy this t-shirt, save the planet. We have to say, look, this may be more expensive, but it's better quality. People will buy it. But it also means that they won't have to buy more units because it will last longer. The same thing happens with the approach to quality. A lot of these actions that people can perceive as being sustainable, if you pose it as a solution to problems, we can see, look, let me put it this way. Obviously, there are many more toys in the world than there are children. As a mom, I mean, this isn't a textile issue, but I imagine the same thing happens in textiles. So we have a lot of extra toys. If you can say, look, bring us your toys, we'll repair them, and we'll either give them away or resell them. They can be reused. It's a real benefit to the consumer. It's straightforward, It's easier. And unless we do that, people's behavior won't change. If we go back to the example of the t-shirt, if you say, don't buy a new t-shirt, but if I don't give them an option in service and secondhand clothing, that consumer will continue to buy a new shirt. So last year, my company, Sancosur, bought a startup for the resale of used clothing. And we bought and sold 100,000 articles of clothing that were all secondhand. We didn't have to import anything. And through the repair system, we were able to customize or repair. With 13,000 clients were able to, again, have these new or these products or this clothing, again, repaired or personalized. So 13,000 clients engaging in over 6,400 different transactions that did not involve any new articles of clothing. I also want to go back to recycling in textiles. Last year, we recycled over 500,000 articles of clothing, just as a success case. Again, when we started in 2013 in Chile, we did not have any industrial recycling of textiles in Chile. We had to send our recycling to Germany, and then we had to give our customers a discount to return them to our stores. Last year, we invested zero in communications, and we were nonetheless able to collect 15 tons of clothing a month. We were able to sort it through technology, and we realized that 13% of the clothing that we were collecting is 100% polyester. So if you'd say 13% of clothing is polyester, is 100% polyester, we can assume that that's what's happening nationwide, and then we can turn that into fiber. And so we were able to subsequently do that. Therefore, almost 34% of what we recycled last year, we collected last year, we were able to transform into fiber through the 34% of cotton plus our 13% of polyester. So again, between these two, we can then support those who are making mattresses, furniture, and we can see that half of the clothing we're collecting has been able to go to uses that comply with what we understand as circularity. We also see Procitex, who are here. It's a large recycling plant, and they build the largest insulation panels in Chile. So again, they're using all these materials to do this. And let me wrap up on the idea that industry has made progress. All of the actors, everyone has improved. So we shouldn't let our guard down. I think we all agree that sustainability in textiles is not absolute. We'll never get to 100%. And we also understand that sustainability is very trendy and as trending as my adolescent daughter says. And we've experienced it. Uh, Sometimes it's very popular, sometimes it's a little less, but let's not let our guard down. We need to continue to work, to ask for help, to give help, and to be transparent also with good news and bad news. I'd also like to invite you to read our sustainability report. There's a lot of good information in there, and I think it can be very helpful to many. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Fernanda, for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you. And just to put an end, I would like to give the floor to the recyclers. I'm very happy to see you here, knowing that you do a great job. with regards to recycling and helping implementation of initiatives such as the EPR law. I'd like to give you the floor and tell us about the role that you think that you play in this area. And with these thoughts, later I will give the floor to Mr. Marco Tenaz, who will be telling us about um, like a summary of everything that's happened. So thank you very much for the invitation and for being here, representing the voice of the grassroots recyclers. I always start with that because I think a lot of people don't know who we are, where we are, how many we are, or how we exist. In Chile, we are 60,000 recyclers. 60% of these are women. We are one of the oldest sort of jobs that exists here in Chile. For 150 years, we've been doing this. And we also generate the greatest impact as far as social, economic, and environmental is concerned. I think we're one of the only ones that creates those types of impact. Therefore, it's very important within the environmental chain. The first time we're being visible and seen, but understanding that what we've been doing for free historically through the different systems that have existed in Chile, for the first time, we are actually being recognized and paid within the framework of a law that is of fundamental importance for us. This law, this ERP, comes to put order in our house. I want to emphasize this. A couple of years ago, we used to gather all of the residues. I don't know if you ever heard, like, there was like an old man that would come and pick up a lot of like old clothes. And we've been doing this for a long time, unconsciously and economically sustainable for us. And perhaps for the other system, it wasn't absolutely anything. So why am I being a bit sarcastic with this? Because I see 100 of people now who are experts, industries, managers, and all these people showing up looking for the business model that for many years nobody cared about many years ago. Nobody was interested at all. What happened with the clothes after you used it? How many of you at the end of the year or changing between winter and summer, you would just put this black bag and put it outside your house. What would happen with that black bag full of clothes? Well, we would take it. And what we do with it? Well, we would take it to these fairs. For the foreigners who are here, who don't really know what I mean by a fair, it's like a place where you sell vegetables and then also clothes, some new clothes and some secondhand clothes. And that secondhand clothes, we would sell it. Many of us used to sell clothes in these open market fairs, and we would give these clothes a second opportunity. Everything was fashion. Everything that I'm wearing is recycled, from my shoes and even in the underwear, because we've never thrown absolutely anything away, and we've always been at the head of this process, but without any recognition, without being visible. Nowadays, we do understand that we have an important opportunity and we're not going to let it just go by. That's why it's so important for us, everything that's happening here in our country. Not only because Chile, we're taking a step much faster than other countries in Latin America, but also because it's a very big opportunity to change what we've been doing historically. Some from ECLAC said that the circular economy was not just a matter of the environment, but also economic development. And I am totally convinced of this because nowadays, through the law, we have work and it's recognized as our job. Historically, that was never recognized. And nowadays, a grassroots recycler is recognized. And for the first time, we're being paid for what we've done. But even so, the gap is very big, with still a lot of informal people need to be part of this chain. And especially, they should be borne in mind. And when we talk about economic models from retail, we have to think very well what we're doing and why we're doing it. Because there's one thing to just be like the commercial or the trade side. Another thing is reality, and reality tells us something different. Because at the end of the road, we recover what many people get from the retail. Apart from all of these large campaigns, we recover what's left from those campaigns, and we end up selling it in these open market fairs. And so we have a very important role within this management. There is no type of waste that we don't actually recycle, not only in Chile, but also in Latin America and on a global level. We must understand that the rights that we have right now is we have very few rights right now. We don't have any landfills in Chile, but we do have them in Central America. I have right next to me Uruguay, landfills that are absolutely total slavery. We don't recognize the worker as such, but simply they let them do whatever they can in these landfills to try and make some money for their own homes without any support from Social Security or economic safety or security, and much less matters that concerns their health. Fortunately, we have gotten organized and we started to structure this a different way. Chile has the only law in the world that recognizes these grassroots recyclers and are in the law. It wasn't for free. This was a battle. It took us more than 20 years. And that's why we're right here, sitting here, where we never thought we would be. We never thought we would be heard, because who's going to hear someone who walks around the street dirty? By the way, like what someone said here at ECLAC, that paternalism and all of that, we never knew about it. We never received it, because we had to reinvent our own work, go out and work, and incorporate into our own lives an economic model that we didn't even know that it was an economic model. Nowadays, we do know what an economic model is. But if we don't pay attention to the steps that we're taking, it's very easy for us to be pushed to one side and be left out of this system. Because now the big companies and transnationals are starting to work the new projects, and it's great that they should come in and they should participate. Everyone should participate. It was said by the lady from Paris, we all have to play here. We have to be players. We have to get involved, but never forget the social network behind all of this. Some people truly live off this, and in Chile, 60,000 families live off this. Not just people, families. And with that basis, we have to build a completely different reality. Chile has the opportunity to change the paradigm of what has been done historically within these laws, especially with matters that have to do with the climate. So we see that there is a planetary crisis and it's affecting everyone. There's no social strata that is going to be free from this planetary crisis. It affects all of us. We're all eating plastic in our food. We're all getting polluted through these tiny plastics in the clothes. There's thousands of factors. But what do we do? Sorry to say this in such a drastic and pragmatic manner. I participate in the Treaty of Plastic since it started. The conversations do not advance at all because there's no real interest of moving forward, because the economic model is more important than health or than stepping on people's rights. Just look, in Africa, go to a landfill in a place called Kibera, and you'll realize that if we're not able, the consumption that we have is a responsibility and affects others in a painful manner. Unless we realize that, only then we will become aware of everything we're doing. This is really important, taking giant steps to be able to build these policies that will change the history of our planet. Turn this pyramid around is of utmost importance. We must build from the bottom up, not the other way around, because that's the way it's been done historically. And we have seen the consequences. We have a lot of pollution with plastic, all of the batteries, development. We talk about development. There's also consequences when we're not talking about circularity, because this circularity has to be social. It has to be environmental. It has to have human rights within it and social rights within it. But it also needs to have a unique right and care with the environment. That's just an example. Nowadays, we have a lot of solar panels and energy from solar panels. Do you know what's happening with the solar panels? Do you know what's happening with the lithium batteries? Once again, this group of men and women that are invisible and working like ants, we are taking care of that. When we implemented a law called the tire law, we had to pay to hand over these tires because the recyclers, well, we find tires all over the place. Nowadays, it's being implemented the textile law. It's very important. A recycler moves between 5 to 7, even 10 kilos a day of textile, and maybe more. Because every door that we knock on for recycling, they give us bags of clothes, and also toys, shoes, mattresses, furniture. We have taken care of this always. We have filled our homes with that which is recycled. My house is full of recycled things. Some things are very beautiful and some are very valuable and antiques. I've even become a collectioner. They say I have this dosages type of syndrome where I gather everything, but it's true. Some people call me this, but I think that every product that goes out into the market, it has an added value. But it also hurts me to think that every product that goes into the market ends up thrown somewhere, thrown away. We've had hundreds of campaigns to clean our beaches, but these are just pilots. They only last for the summer. What happens the rest of the year? How do we value the work of these women who clean the they clean the beaches, but they also recover a lot of plastic. There's a group of indigenous women in Guatemala that, due to the need that they have and the pollution that they had, the only river that feeds Guatemala, they had to go out and clean the waters. A group of indigenous women. I'm a Mapuche from the indigenous group, and my community is also affected with this pollution. But culture, I mean, usually everything's just burnt, and it's always been burnt, and we have to change that. But in order to change that, we must recognize absolutely every single one of the players. We have been invited to tripartite tables, and I want to add something right here. In Colombia, the social security of the grassroots recyclers won. And historically, they had never been able to win or to earn having a social security benefits. But that's thanks to organization, visualization, and recognition. We are all important. One more, one less. That's not the way it is. We all have responsibilities. We all have obligations. Not because of the new generations, but because of this common house. This house, we all live in it, this common house, and I'm part of it. For more than 25 years now, I have been cleaning this common house that belongs to all of us, which is the earth. Thank you. Very inspiring. Thank you. You've given us a lot of food for thought. Marco, please go ahead. You have the floor. Thank you very much. What a difficult task I have to speak now after so many members of the panel who have said everything so well. But please, let me, apart from giving you a balance or so, just tell you a few things and put a few things on the table. From ECLAC, we have been insisting that Latin America and the Caribbean is trapped in a low capacity trap that can be explained because of this productivity that has been sort of stagnated or even like going down in the last few years. To overcome this challenge, well, it implies a transformation of our economies and the production. The bad news is that that transformation will not take place spontaneously. It requires explicit policies and deliberate policies. And from ECLAC, we have insisted that we need to scale up and improve the policies for the production of our countries and territories, like the efforts that point directly towards this productive transformation of our economies. Now, from a new vision of these policies. Under this new vision, these policies require establishing clusters and chains and strategic value chains. And under this new vision, we understand that these policies are collaborative work between the public, private, the academy, and civil society to be able to identify and find bottlenecks that limit that transformation of our economies. Also, under this new vision, we are convinced that an important part of the action as far as developing this must happen in the territories at a subnational level with local actors. Having said this, many of our countries have already been working on these policies for production. I want to mention just a few examples. We have the case of Brazil with its Novo Industria Brazil policy. We have Mexico with its plan called Plan Mexico. Then in Colombia, my country, with its national policy of reindustrialization. And we have the case of Uruguay, and in July is going to be launching its new industrial policy. We have the case of Chile, that until the last government was working on a program for productive development that would be sustainable. As part of this new vision of these policies in ECLAC, we have been recommending using cluster initiatives and other matters for production as a way, not the only way, but as an effective way to organize these matters for production. And what are these initiatives? Well, basically, institutional technology that permits us to articulate various actors around these strategic types of agendas to improve competitiveness in chains or clusters, specific clusters. And we're also convinced of this. And because of this, about 2 years ago, we launched a platform of cluster initiatives and others of productive articulation with two objectives. On the one hand, to make these initiatives visible that already exist in our region and to strengthen their role as the role of the center of the production center of our countries and territories. Now we have more than 480 initiatives of 20 different countries of the region. And the textile and fashion area is 20% of these initiatives that are in this manufacturing area. So concretely speaking, we have 20 initiatives of the fashion and textile and shoe area, especially in Brazil, Colombia, but also in Peru, Ecuador, and Mexico. Within the framework of this platform, ECLAC has been launching a whole series of callings and actions to be able to strengthen these initiatives. And some of these have been focused on promoting strategies of circular economy as a way of diversifying and innovating these strategies in the companies that are underlying these initiatives. And I'd like to highlight one that was called Transform Your Initiative with the Circular Economy that was received more than 70 initiatives that came from 12 different countries. And of the 10 that were selected, 2 correspond to the textile sector. And then the industrial cluster of the textiles and garments and fashion in Ecuador is working on having a digital passport that has already been mentioned several times to be able to add value to the production of this cluster through the generation of flows of shared materials and practices of sustainability. In the second place, sustainable or fair fashion from Peru that is working on implementing a system for traceability. And just to put an end to my words, I would like to make a few calls to action. From ECLAC, we think it is of key importance to integrate our efforts on the circular economy and extended responsibility of the producer within the policies within our countries and their territories. And we also call to optimize these cluster initiatives and others that have to do with the production as a way of organizing these efforts. From ECLAC already, we are at your disposal. This whole platform initiatives for productive articulation is there as a space to exchange experiences that has been mentioned already and to exchange best practices and things that we've learned, initiatives between the textile and fashion industry on these matters, and also to promote collaborative projects among clusters and initiatives from various countries to be able to accelerate the transaction towards more productive and sustainable models. This matter that has brought us together in these last 2 days cannot be seen as something like philanthropy. In line with the concept of shared value, Professor Michael Porter from Harvard said that only as we're able to see circularity and the extended responsibility of the producer as a part of the productivity, competitiveness, and as a good business, will we be able to get the scale that our challenges and for sustainability need. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank all the people who have accompanied us today, whether they were there virtually or here in person. So we're ending this session. So thank everyone. And we invite you for a coffee break. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause. I'd also like to highlight the fact that we had industry, the government, grassroots recyclers, and financial people all at the same table. It seems like it's 4 o'clock, but it's only midday. Let's go take a breather because there are many more ideas to implement and to see. And so I invite you to have a rest. We're going to have 15 minutes to get some oxygen back into your brain and come back. And we'll be talking about biomaterials when we come back. And Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Hola, hora de entrar.
Les pedimos por favor que tomen asiento. Estamos listos para
Please
comenzar.
take your seats. We are ready to begin.
Tenemos absoluta conciencia de que estamos una hora tarde.
We are perfectly cognizant that
Por lo
we are
mismo,
running
queremos
an hour
nuevamente
late,
solicitarles
and therefore we would like to ask you
ideas muy claras y muy
to
al foco para
be
poder pasar por
very
todo lo
concrete
interesante contenido que tenemos.
so
Sabemos que es
that
una
we
reunión
can
bien
get through
extensa y muy
all of
intensa.
our content. We know
Y
it
lo
has
que vamos a
been
hacer
an
para poder
intense
tener
session
ustedes también un espacio para poder almorzar.
so that we can
Esta es la
have
sesión
lunch.
2
What
en
we're
la que
going
vamos
to
a comenzar
do,
ahora y después de esa
session
vamos a
2
hacer
will begin now.
el lunch break
After that, we will
para
take
volver a
our
tener
lunch
otras dos sesiones
break
durante la
to
tarde.
then have the other
Le pediría
two
también, por
sessions
favor,
this
que todos los
afternoon.
panelistas al
I've
momento de
also
hablar se
asked that,
acerquen bien al micrófono.
please,
El
all the
consejo que yo siempre he
speakers
dado a mis alumnos
should
es, imagínense que estamos en una pieza oscura
use the
y que
mic.
esta es la linterna.
I
Si
always
no se
say that
acercan a la
this
linterna,
is
no van a
the
poder
light and
iluminar
you're in
lo
a
que quieren
dark
decir, si
room.
hacemos la analogía. Así que, por favor, hablen cerquita
So
del micrófono
pretend that
para que
that's the
además en
case.
el streaming se
Please
pueda
be
escuchar
sure
bien
that you're
lo que están
speaking clearly
expresando.
into the microphone
Vamos a
so
seguir
that the
entonces
streaming
ahora
is
con
clear.
la sesión a continuación. Voy a ser yo también lo más escueta posible
I
para
will be
poder
as brief as
comenzar lo
possible
antes
so
posible
that we
también, porque como
can
saben,
begin.
esta es una sesión que habla
Also,
de
as
biomateriales,
you
economía
know, we'll
circular y
be talking about biomaterials, circular
ampliación de
economy,
fibras
and
naturales. En
the scale
definitiva,
up of
pavimentar este
natural
camino que queremos seguir
fibers,
transitando
the
juntos. Y
path
en
that
este
we want
caso,
to walk
Guillerme,
down
su titular
together.
es
We
la
have
Fundación
Guillerme
MacArthur, quien va
Sekegaray
a
from the Ellen
liderar
MacArthur
esta exposición.
Foundation, who will
Guillerme, muchas
be
gracias por no poder estar con nosotros
leading
el
our
día de hoy.
discussion. Thank you, Guillermo,
Gracias,
for being
Carolina.
with us. Thank you, Carolina.
Bueno, es un placer hablar de esta
It's
temática.
a pleasure to address
Pues
this
yo
topic.
estoy estudiando el rol de los biomateriales en una economía
I
circular ya hace más de un año.
have been studying biomaterials in the circular economy for over a year, and I'm happy to share what I've learned here. The foundation
estudia o investiga las conexiones entre naturaleza y
researches
economía circular ya hace algún tiempo.
natural
Tenemos estudios
connections
de
in the
circular
circular
conexión de
economy and has been doing so
clima, con
for some
biodiversidad,
time. We've been looking at this in the
incluido
context of
los sistemas alimentarios.
biodiversity,
Desde hace un
the
año nos
built
enfocamos en los
environment,
biomateriales
food systems, but for
como
the last year or so, we've been focusing on biomaterials.
que son partes del ciclo
Specifically
productivo duradero. Estamos hablando de materias
biomaterials
textiles, del cuero,
that
del
are
caucho, de la
part
madera, de las
of
fibras
long
celulósicas.
use products. So
Y
textiles,
economía que
textiles rather,
desarrollamos
leather,
que se llama
natural
circular por naturaleza,
cell
y
fibers,
FOLE,
and so forth.
que
Last
justamente
Wednesday, we
consolida
released
todo lo
a
que hemos aprendido a lo
report
largo de
on
este año de investigación.
circularity by
También
nature,
es
and we'd invite
muy
everyone to
un
read it.
orgullo de este estudio porque fue el primer
I'm very
informe de la
proud of it
Fundación Ellen
because it
MacArthur que ha
is
sido
the
hecho
first
por
study
recursos
by
de
the
América Latina.
Ellen
Está muy
MacArthur
consciente de la
Foundation
fundación, de la
based
potencia que la
on
región tiene,
resources
sobre todo
from
en el
Latin
ámbito de biomasa, de
America.
recursos
It's a
naturales. Y la
recognition
fundación
of
nació
the
con el
foundation
mandato
of
de
the
crear
power
una
of Latin
fábrica de una
America and the
perspectiva
resources we have in
latinoamericana.
terms
O
of
sea,
natural
nosotros
resources, biomass, and the foundation has given us the mandate to create a report from the perspective of Latin America. We're talking about the circular economy and why these resources are so expensive for us in essence. We also understand that biomaterials are a tremendous opportunity for us. We see the world is trying to decarbonize their supply chains, and we're the suppliers of much of these products. I was listening closely to the discussion on circular models yesterday, and I realized that in Latin America, we all have this tradition of donations, of repairs, which is an advantage in a circular model. The same thing happens with biomaterials. Obviously, Brazil is the largest cotton producer in the world. It is the largest organic cotton producer in the world. The world has 20% of natural fibers in all of its textile industry. In Brazil, it's 50%. In other words, we still have this culture of the use of natural materials that come from our land, from biodiversity, from our way of life. And that's an advantage for us because along with this, we have technology for production. With this, we have knowledge, people who are prepared to make the changes that we need to make. Because the expansion of the use of renewable resources are not renewable if we don't leave time for land to regenerate, to recover. So the truth is that it is an opportunity. There's an interest in the entire world in biomaterials, but since we are using biomaterials and producing biomaterials, it's not yet sustainable. So it doesn't ensure our competitiveness and even that our wealth will be with us in the future if we don't change what we're doing. So it's precisely there where the circular economy offers a great opportunity to recover the economic benefits of biomass and we are taking advantage again of the opportunity to reduce the pressure on the earth. We are much more connected with the way we've been circulating. If we look at textiles, more than the use of, for example, of cotton, the industry of chemical substances to provide natural colors, and the biological origin zones have tremendous opportunities for legal transformation, for recycling, biomass, and so forth. So the circular economy is one of these new economies of nature, should be perceived not as a separate agenda, but as a complementary agenda. On the one hand, bioeconomy can provide the renewable resources we need for the transition, and on the other, the circular economy can ensure that these resources are used within the ecological limits of the planet. And that is the conversation that I'd like to have with you, with this panel of specialists that we have with us. So my first question is from Mariano, who is with us online. I don't know if Mariano is here. Hello, can you hear me?
¿Se escucha bien? Hola, hola.
Hola, ahora sí. Bueno,
Ahí, ¿se escucha
Very
bien?
well.
sí, te escucho, Mariano.
Bueno,
Bueno, bueno, gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
So thank you for being with us. We can hear you.
Mariano es el CEO de Trace.
Mariano is the CEO of Trace Surfer, works on digital passports in Uruguay, and one of the most important people. We're talking about traceability and transparency and value chains. And so, Mariano, I'd like to ask you, the demand for natural fibers, generative fibers is growing quickly, but also concerns over greenwashing. The traceability systems, digital passports, tend to be presented as part of the solution. I'd like to know from your experience what information is really vital in generating trust in biomaterials, and how can that transparency system create value for producers instead of just making an ethical compliance mechanism that's not recognized at the end?
Thank you for the question. I'll give you some context, first of all, for those of you who are not familiar with the term digital passport. Digital passport is an identifier that goes on a product or a material, and it has information about its origin and what it's made up from and certifications and what have you. With regards to materials, biodegradable or regenerative, what we're seeing is that the main data are whatever can be of a specific harvest, but not just in this affirmation, but they should be accompanied by certifications or documents that can be verified by a third party. For example, a statement of a company that makes regenerative cotton, for example, has a greater weight if it's declared with a proper certification next to it. And that's what's happening with material passports. And it's that the producer themselves can put up this information in what is called like a verified identity. The producer signs this electronically, this document, and it says that that cotton is from a certain geographical region and that it has, and it's made up, there's some kind of document that says that it's all good and it can be included in that passport. That's on the one hand. And then we have to bear in mind that the chain of custody that is more verified, an event or a transition of events within that chain of custody should be completely registered from the raw material all the way to the final product. I like to always give an example that the digital passport, it's like a mamushka, you know, one of these dolls, these Russian dolls. And so in these Russian dolls, the raw material is like the little one, and that little one is going to be included in a bigger phase from the raw material to like the threading and then to the confection and then so on and so forth. And it becomes a digital passport with a final product that goes to market, and that information any consumer or customs can access that information. And an important part of this is that it doesn't just end up like, it helps with new models of business models like circular economy business, such as repairing, resale, manufacture, or sending the product back to the brand itself. It also permits us to create problems if there's any kind of failure, to improve the quality of those materials, and that the product should live in the economy a bit longer. Another thing that's very important, and we're working on this for digital passport, has to do with UNDP, United Nations, for TP, for Transparency Protocol, has to do with the credentials that can verify digitally. It's not a PDF, it's not a web page. These are credentials that can be verified, and we can see who made that statement in that passport, and if it's still valid, because sometimes those statements last for a certain amount of time. And in that way, we're able to have what we call decentralized data verification, because every data lives in the passport of the products. And so it's important to bear that in mind. Thank you, Mariano. Very well. Mariano spoke to us before about how these passports help us to have circular economic businesses. Later, we'll be talking to Catalina, just going to give us a few more examples, because this is an initiative that they're actually using, which is part of the solution that Mariano was talking about. Another thing that Mariano brought to the table, and we've talked about the importance of having these protocols with interoperability. In fact, there is a protocol which is universal that is proposed for traceability. And Mariano has already made pilot tests about this in the region. I think it's very interesting, and that we should be able to develop this in the region, how to implement that protocol, what does it have in our region. And then there's another matter that I think is important, which has to do with the certifications, so that the origin of the products can be transparent. Because right now, we have like a vacuum of public policies. And because of that vacuum, we have different certificates that do not have like a proper transnational recognition. And it's very difficult for a producer to be able to get like a return on his investment, because other regions do not accept or recognize these certifications that are recognized in their region. So the public policies, especially in a sort of regional consultation, so that we will be able to define what does it mean for Latin America to have a regenerative production, and so that somehow we'll be able to capture the value it has, and these initiatives have those who implement those standards right now among ourselves, and how it's positive for our region. Thank you, Mariano. I'm going to move forward. I'm going to give the floor to Alejandro. waste. Question. You are doing some research on biomaterials here in Chile, and often in the academy we have a lot of interesting matters that come about. But sometimes the path is not always very direct to the market. From your point of view, what is the step that is missing in Chile? Is it alliances? Is it capital? Is it demand? Is it public purchasing so that research into biomaterials can be scaled up and become a product for the industry? Excellent. The first thing that we would have to do and analyze, perhaps, is a matter of something that might sound like a contradiction between a global scale of investment. There's a discussion that's very interesting. We have to look into it. So before the question that you are giving us of how to go from the lab scale to a production scale, I think what we're actually missing is a scale that's in the middle that would help us to classify or complement or add to sort of the logic of a production in a local way, etc. I also wanted to add to the natural fibers that you mentioned that we have a series of biomaterials that are non-conventional, the sources, that is, leather that might be made by nanofibers that are produced by bacteria in a process of fermentation, or different types of leather that grow because of fungi, or extraction of the polymers from seaweed. We have a whole series of resources that we can work on locally and somehow could be a complement to all of these global logics or global ideas. So from the beginning, we'd have to foster that intermediate scale, add to it, complement it, and in fact, connect to production systems for food. Maybe take some residues from the food industry and produce, or at least join it with other things. And what it generates also nowadays is, for us, well, it's very difficult to have an intermediate prototype because of resources or teams or spaces, because we dedicate to non-conventional biomaterials. And we don't really have the proper machinery that will help us to create that volume. So these are processes that we have to invent, adapt, and it's a bit more complex. And often we're asked that we should sort of like jump into a higher scale of production. I think that what's lacking in the discussion are those intermediate scales that would permit us to sort of link up and perhaps propose a more diverse type of thinking or logic of these materials, and not think so much about mono materials at a global level, because I think there's a very interesting discussion that we could have about how we can face this from the perspective of the textiles. Thank you very much. And you said something that we have seen in the study, and that is that we talk about biomaterials or biological resources have to be produced in a way that they create positive results for ecosystem and society. And those positive results can be seen in several ways. I'm sure that we need big producers of cotton as part of the solution. And also, we need alternative materials. But the positive result in nature is measured differently, because we have like the example of the pirarucu type of leather, which is actually from a fish that is produced in the Amazon basin. And the positive outcome of that is that it creates income for communities that live in a sort of symbiosis and preserve the Amazon. So we're giving that community economic alternatives that already are taking care of the ecosystems for centuries. So that would be a positive outcome that has to be valued and measured. We talk about cotton. There are many contexts. We have the context of cotton in the large city basins, that it can also perhaps connect with the food and create more income. But then we also have the production in a more industrial way in places that are further away or further away from the cities. And there's the possibility of recovering damaged soils and have incrementally positive results. So it's not just one solution, there are many solutions. And the magic or the difficulty is that we translate these many, many solutions into standards that can be recognized globally. So thank you very much for your words. Very well. So far, we've talked a lot about products and supply chain, and now we're going to call Catalina so that she can join the conversation, because this is the first step. To truly close the cycle, the companies need to extend the life cycle of the garments, like repairment and finding and fixing them and finding new usages for them or new use for them, and because of all the biomass that we have in the market. So she's been working in that direction. And so I'd like to hear her comments on the efforts that have been made for this circulation and to this many uses for textile material that you produce. Go ahead. Good morning to everyone. So I'm going to tell you how, from the industry, what we've been doing. There is a matter that we started with, which has to do with cotton, like Mariana was talking about it, of the chain of custody. To know what's happening is that 50% of the cotton is from our zone, but we have to import the other 50% because we don't have enough. So it's been like a program, and we've understood, and we've gone through this whole chain. So from cotton that is organic, regenerated cotton, and then the cotton that we usually produce. So what happens? When we started with that organic cotton a few years ago, we tested it from Santa Marta, La Sierra, or the mountain of Colombia, and we realized that we could actually plant it, but we didn't have enough for the industry because we're talking about like 2% of organic organic cotton is produced in the world. And here we're able to collect it and understand it. But moving it from that zone all the way to the production plants implied a very big challenge. So there we understood it's not just about producing the cotton, but also to understand how far we can go. Another thing is that we've been working with the whole matter of regenerative cotton and how we start to mix those different types of cotton with soya growth and other types of harvest, so that the soil will also regenerate its nutrients. And so we're adding value as well, but at the same time, we see how these chains and the people that work here are under certain conditions that have been established, like from a human point of view, and we pay them barely enough. And so there's an important factor there with regards to the cotton. On the other hand, we have been working with a company called Fabricat, and they're making cotton. They're recycling mechanical cotton. How do they do this? Well, they cut up all of the garments again and turn it again into thread, and we can only use a certain percentage of it so that it can be used again. So it's important to understand all of the concepts around cotton, because what we're doing is understanding how each of these aspects moves in the market, so we can see how we can understand this in a clearer manner. Within this, we found other initiatives that are within our chain of values. A very clear one is that we no longer have like samples of physical products when we start, or the designer could say, look, give me this. He would say like, do it this way or do it that way. And now we do it through 3D technology instead of having like all of these samples and then no one was going to buy them and they just end up being wasted. And so that's gone down a lot, that percentage of garments that we put in the market. And now we've started to have like a whole chain of technological renewal in our plants, which means that the product, when it gets cut up, there'll be less little pieces of cloth, and we've created a program called Brilliant Women, and we go into our communities, our women that are behind our value chain, and we accompany these women from a psychosocial point of view, and also we teach them how to, through macrame or sewing, how to make new products that can be sold at markets. So that's what we've been doing, like a step by step, to understand how these women taking care of people who are perhaps sick at home. At the same time, they can be productive and have an impact on the planet. And at the same time, all of that waste that we have that comes out of our plants can be given a second usage. On the other hand, we've been participating in a very strong initiative, which is called Renew Fashion or Renova Moda. And so we had a pilot project in Colombia last year. So we had like types of like bedding as well as clothes for like uniforms for companies, and then understanding what happens if we collect all of this and then we can really gather all of this. So for 4 years, we had all of this in our shops, but understanding the Colombian market, normally what we do is just give it away for free. And people would get together in their houses and say, who fits this, who likes this, and if not, they give it to somebody else. So we weren't actually getting enough clothes that we really needed to understand the model. So within the pilot, we said, what we have to do is collect all of this as something voluntary, collect all of the garments and sit down. We're in the fashion industry, but from different points of view, we're able to understand that there is a whole matter of logistics that is very important. And it really has an impact on the cost of what can be done in the circular economy. On the other hand, we launched a whole idea, like a whole collection rather, in Bogota Fashion Week. And what we wanted to do was that from those that were left in the inventory, that we didn't know how to give them a greater value. So it's like, how could we like tear them up and then create new garments? And that's combined with sitting down with women that we work with in Bogota and understand their vulnerability and their whole social matters and how they can transform these garments into something better. We worked hand in hand with Mariano. And also, we've been accompanied throughout this whole process as well. And we had to understand that it's not just a matter of saying, look, where does the product come from? But rather, I'm also going to say what happened behind the whole chain, what we're building step by step. This is having an impact on people, the technology, the industry, and a whole complete sector to be able to identify that there's a story behind every garment that we make. And that has been like the whole process that we've done since Cristal. And we don't want that to be lost because sometimes we feel that often conversations end up like at a high level and we try to put it into practice. The biggest challenge we have is how can we give the scalability? We've been able to do it from small pilot tests, understanding the matter, similar to the digital passport. We think about the data and the traceability. It implies a lot of rigorosity and how that data, we can transform them so that I can communicate this to my client in a way that the client will understand it, because sometimes we could be making a lot of effort inside the company, but the consumers don't have enough clarity to be able to have that capacity to discern if what a company is saying is being said and it's proper, or if they're just saying it just to tell a story. And so there is many other factors that are included here. So when we talk about matters such as all of these different types of material that we have to understand how the industry operates from within its own home so that we can be able to end up where we are today. Thank you very much. We're going to continue the conversation with the companies, and Pamela from Techno Consults. One thing that we thought was really clear is that it's not enough to just have a transition, as if that weren't easy enough or weren't difficult enough. What we need is that these natural fibers be like desired by the industry. We need to guarantee that those natural fibers will have the same performance as the synthetic ones.
Y hay inversiones en ese sentido.
And there
A lo
have
largo de la
been
investigación
investments in
hemos
these
descubierto
things,
que
and
hay
we've discovered
inversión
that there is
en nuevas
investments
cepas para protección
in
del algodón
new
sencillas y más
types of
duraderas.
cotton
Hay una
that'll make it
experiencia que
last a lot
Brasil
longer.
que ha
And
desarrollado
also in
un
Brazil,
elástico
we also
biológico que les
developed a
permite crear
biological
flexibilidad
type of
con
material
jeans
that
sin
allows them
agregar
to give like
sintéticos.
flexibility
O sea,
to like blue jeans
también
without
una
adding
agenda de
synthetics. So
innovación
it's
para la
also an
industria.
agenda for innovation
Lo
to
que
the
voy a
industry.
preguntar es
And the next thing I want to
ustedes
ask you is,
comercializan
well,
un gran
you
volumen de
trade with
prendas
high volumes,
y me imagino que
and I
muchas de estas están
imagine that
fabricadas con
many
fibras
of them have been
sintéticas.
made with synthetic
Y
fibers.
desde una perspectiva
And so
comercial,
from a commercial
y usted conoce
perspective,
muy bien el comportamiento
and
del
for someone who
consumidor,
knows how the
¿qué
consumer
tendría que ocurrir para que el uso de fibras
works
naturales o
and
recicladas
behaves, what would
deje de ser un
need
nicho
to
de
happen
mercado
so
premium
that these
para ser algo más
recycled
prominente en la industria?
fibers stop being like a niche product in the market and end up being something bigger for everyone? Well, thank you for the question. Thank you for your invitation. From within the production, I can say that Paris sells millions of garments a year, but last year, and you can read it in our report, but 67% of the garments that we produced had a sustainable attribute that was certified, and 33% did not have it. And that's the truth is because the cost of that raw material that was not certified, whether it's synthetic or mixture, the cost is very competitive. And the chain is industrialized, and the consumer that we have nowadays, which is a mass consumer, continues to buy basically because of the price. And that is what we're working with. That's the kind of tension we have every day. 60, 70% of certificates that I said includes different levels of impact, duress, ecotex, chemical control, natural fiber, recycle, organic, etc. So we are walking down a path where sustainability at a mass level is possible when there is the commercial will for this, and we have this a chain that supports it. Now, this year, we made the second version of the program, like local basics, and it was going against the fast fashion logic. We wanted to see if the mass consumer would pay a bit more for garments with a purpose that was genuinely better, and it was made to last. So we did this with a special sweaters that were made with the proper materials from Peru, and they had a proper passport. And with that passport, the consumer could see all of the traceability, where it started or not. Now, it was nearly $30 per sweater, which is about 70% more expensive than a basic one that we had and the ones that we usually have. And the truth is, the result was very successful. We sold about 70% of this collection of basic clothes, which was very good for a simple T-shirt. Actually, it's more a T-shirt without almost no discount at all. Rather than a sweater, it's a T-shirt. So we saw that being able to make a basic one deliberately that was going against the fast fashion cycle under the premise of the fact that it doesn't need to be replaced because it's going to last more. We know that the mass consumer doesn't buy it simply because it's sustainable. That's not enough. But when that sustainability is accompanied by design and higher quality and proper durability, then the product is better. And so the consumer perceives it as a better product and is willing to pay for it and buy it. And that's when we see that that sustainable product is worth it. So what we sold was not sustainability. We sold a better T-shirt that was also sustainable. So we validate that there is a demand, and we continue to move down that path to continue to improve our usage of sustainable fibers that we mentioned before. And to answer what Guillermo asked me directly, I would say we have three main points. And that is that today we have not solved completely. On the one hand, the competitive cost of the raw material, we have to import it. And in Chile right now, we don't really have a proper industry to be able to fabricate or make this at a massive scale as we need. So we have competitive costs and natural fibers today or recycled fiber still has a cost that is structurally higher than the organic fiber. So we need to have policies that will correct that difference and launch and could be after this kind of investment. And it should be shared responsibility. The market is not going to solve it all by itself, or at least not at the speed that we want it to be solved. On the other hand, and next to this, we have the cost of traceability, as Catalina and Mariano mentioned before. The certifications that we have nowadays, and the 2/3 of the production that we have, there's a cost behind this. And it's not irrelevant at all. It's quite high. An investment, it has to be done by the factory, the supplier, and we have to do it ourselves. Now that cost nowadays, it's either absorbed by retail or it's translated into the price. And neither of these two options is actually sustainable in time. And so we see that it's for everyone, not just for those who want to do a good job. And then last but not least, and then we think it's something that has to do with our society and something because we have like this responsibility inside our company. It has to be consistent in time. We know that this kind of pilot is not going to move the needle, or not like in the whole, not our company and not our industry, a proper volume that will give the providers that in time I will continue to buy this raw material. I'm going to continue to work with them, and that this investment that they're making is going to be validated so that they can certify their factories and the purchases that they make. So we think there has to be a certitude for all of the people involved in the whole time and in the long term, so that this productive chain will be able to be developed.
Sí, gracias, Pamela.
Thank you, Pamela.
Tú has traído una
You
variedad de
have
temas
brought
es muy pertinente a esa
a
discusión.
number of topics to the table that are very important. We do have in our studies some case studies, and we did work with a very large retail company in Brazil. We've discovered a number of things. They have, for example, the use of natural fibers, cotton in their confections. They have efficient collection mechanisms that give them a significant number of articles of clothing that are recovered. But to do that, it's still in their best interest to import recovered fiber from China. That led to additional research where they did an assessment to see how they could then internalize that production with the same quality at lower costs. And it can be done. The assessment shows that we do need investments in manufacturing and recycling to bring the production to a location that is closer to where the clothing is being produced, and then they could have a production with recycled fiber that's higher quality, that's nearshored rather than offshored. But there are a lot of industries that have this issue. They don't have access to recycled fibers at competitive prices. We need to collaborate, and it's possible. The companies that have made a serious commitment to this are certainly open to it. Obviously, where there is a price point problem, that's a challenge that we need to look at with infrastructure, innovation, and evidence. So thank you very much. Let's now turn to Luana. Luana is from B Lab. You've worked to include mandatory requirements with regard to environmental stewardship and circularity. And I'd like to know how you present, or I'd like to ask you what the B system is for those who aren't familiar with it, and how those new standards could reflect some of the conversations we're having about the textiles and the view so to ensure that it is noted throughout the entire company. I'm going to speak in English because I haven't spoken Spanish for some time.
First, it's an honor to be here, to learn, to share, and to help to make progress in those topics that are so important given all the indicators that we have been hearing in this last day and today. So I think it might be helpful to, before answering your question, to briefly explain about B Corps. Not sure if everybody here in the room is familiar with it. So the B Corp movement has existed for 20 years now. We have many initiatives and programmatic work to change the culture of business, to help to drive changes in the rules of the game, so laws and policies, and to change really the behavior of companies. Our core strategy is the B Corp certification, which basically recognizes companies that meet verified standards for social and environmental performance, transparency, and accountability. B stands for benefit, right? Benefit for people and for the planet, not just the shareholders. It's a voluntary certification. It's a holistic certification, so it evaluates the business as a whole in a range of social and environmental topics. Our standards are for companies of all sizes, in all industries, in the entire globe, so not just textile companies, but they are designed in a way to serve and adapt to those different industries and realities. Our last version, that was a result of 4 years of research and dialogue with key stakeholders, was launched last year and has requirement that reflects best practices on human rights, fair work, JEDI, that stands for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, climate action, environmental stewardship and circularity, stakeholder governance, and government affairs and collective action. So answering your question, first, I think it's important to say we do have within our community, which is amazing, great examples of companies that already have circular business models, that have developed new technologies, that are already using biomaterials or implementing circularity principles. But there are different practices and levels of performance across the B Corps in the textile sector. So our new standards are definitely a very important milestone because we are making certain practices mandatory for all B Corps, which is different from our previous approach. The new standards also really incorporate the principle of continuous improvement. So if the company is already doing a great job, great, but they would need to improve as well. And so with the new standards, we are basically inviting our community that has 10,000 companies worldwide to really, raise the bar and continue to improve, basically. We have 650 B Corps in the fashion or related sectors in our community. The vast majority are small, medium business, but we also have some large companies, including Patagonia, that is also here in this summit today. Our standards, I think it's important to say, they are the basics for the B Corp certification, but thousands of companies use our standards as a roadmap, right, to improve and to drive impact. And we hope more and more companies use it, and also that governments can use that as a reference to think and reflect on building their policies. Just to be more concrete, I can share a few of the minimum required actions that would apply to textile companies and that are relevant to what we are discussing here today. So as a foundation, all B Corps must conduct an environmental impact assessment across their entire value chain. And this also means knowing and quantifying impacts, of course, water consumption, chemicals toxicity and volume, carbon emissions, waste generation, biodiversity pressure. And then they must identify the top material topics and develop a clear strategy to address them. Large textile companies that have biodiversity-related impacts that are material need to establish a biodiversity transition plan to support the global goal of reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. Also, large textile companies, to meet our standards, need to reduce the total use of virgin non-renewable materials necessarily and increase the percentage of renewable materials from sustainable source or reuse or recycle input. So this also increases the demand for biomaterials that we are discussing. The B-Lab standards also require companies to implement circular design principles in their products following the waste hierarchy. So of course, first eliminate when necessary and when unnecessary keep products in use longer through durability, repairability, and reusability, then design for recyclability, and then consider end-of-life recycling. And of course, we need to allow some flexibility because we know that product design choices are also influenced by the ground reality of the markets they are operating. So we have to adopt that flexibility in our standards. Companies also need to increase the recovery of their products and packaging after their end of life. Companies, of course, also need to work with suppliers, so tracing high-risk raw materials, ensuring their supply chains are deforestation-free and respect biodiversity, implementing due diligence to identify and mitigate any actual and potential impacts, not just on the environment, but in terms of human rights, because we are comprehensive, so we are looking on the social side too, and how any choice is impacting the people. So for example, even if a company is sourcing only biomaterials or natural fibers, they need to understand their negative impact on the social side as well, on those chains. And also the company needs to have a plan to address living wage, living income, and collective bargaining in the supply chain. We also have requirements on climate action that connect a lot with all of this. So we require companies to have a just climate action plan and therefore reduce their emissions. Which in the case of the textile sectors connects also to transitioning to natural fibers that have minor footprint. We have requirements on the social side, particularly on fair work and human rights to ensure that while companies are doing this, they are respecting people. And finally, I want to highlight something that I'm really proud of, which is our government affairs and collective action requirements, because here is where we are asking companies to not just only look their own operation and own domain, but really work with others on collective action to, for example, shift policies and improve market conditions, coming from the understanding and the reality that we are discussing here that many, that individual companies cannot address certain things alone. It doesn't depend on only of them. So we are inviting companies to collaborate with peers, to mentor others, to contribute to research, and to engage in public policy to advocate and drive industry-wide transformation, and also aligning lobbying practices to be coherent, right? Because so we require companies to disclose their advocacy positions and ensure they align with their stated environmental and social commitments. So if you are a certified B Corp and you are committed to climate action and circularity, but your industry association is lobbying against textiles APR regulations, there is a conflict that we require companies to act on. So these are, I think, some of the requirements. And I think when companies in the textile sector operate under the same verified standards across regions, we are creating a coordinated movement, a coordinated side to the market. And we are working to the same direction, helping, to inform also policies across the globe. I don't know how I am in terms of time, but I have some examples of B Corps if that's helpful. That I could mention as well.
No, thanks, Luana. Obrigado, Luana. Let's see if Carol will manage the time. She will decide if I have time, but just like to close.
Okay, we do have time for one.
Para cierre aqui muito rápido.
Just to close quickly, we are working on biomaterials, and for us it's very clear we need to reduce volumes of products in the economy through circular business models. That is something that we need to make a lot of progress on. We also need infrastructure for smart recycling so we can have non-virgin fibers in our product production and include synthetic and natural fibers. But it's very clear when we talk to all the big brands in our network, they are all interested in expanding regenerative natural fibers in their portfolios. So again, we know that they're working at around 20%. We believe we can reach 50% if we can have regenerated fibers available in the market, and that we can ensure that they are being used in products that are able to circulate in the economy through recycling, secondary use, industrial composting, and so forth. Carolina, let me give you a few minutes back because I know that we are late, and we'll see if there is any more time for questions. You have no idea how much I appreciate giving me the time back. So thank you, Guillermo. You'll have to be up here and handle it because you did an amazing job. Thank you so much. Let's not waste any more time.
Uno de los conceptos que hemos estado hablando hoy también, la flexibilidad. Aquí la ven reflejada en las alocuciones. Así que muchísimas gracias. Vamos a seguir, entiendo, con la sesión 3. Esta tiene relación con productos químicos y estándares de producción. Una temática muy técnica, además, que por lo mismo nos va a permitir poder tener una conversación respecto de la química en el tejido sostenible. Lo hemos tocado vagamente durante la jornada de ayer, pero hoy es la posibilidad de tener foco y hacer zoom en esta temática que sabemos es muy, pero muy contaminante. En este caso, voy a dar paso a Marcelo Lobo de la Fundación ZDHC, que va a liderar esta conversación. Marcelo, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos.
Sí, muchas gracias. Sí, muchas gracias a todas las personas.
Thank you very much to everyone who is with us for your time. A time, of course, is very valuable. Let's talk today as we're talking about the transformation in the textile industry. We've been talking about circular business models. We've been talking about PR. We're talking about decarbonization agenda in the context of COP31 and the implementation of these frameworks are. This is the best place to talk about chemicals. We are not going to present reports. We're going to focus specifically on the direct, sort of drier topics, looking at how a manufacturing facility in the global south can transition to more sustainable chemicals without having to grapple with an unfair cost. We'll look at tools and chemical data for a circular economy and understanding the tie to the environment and also an understanding of international chemical companies. We understand that better chemistry and chemicals is not just a prerequisite, it is the backbone of a direct and circular value chain. So we'll be talking with our speakers about GFC and the reality of using these chemical products at these installations. A very common question in chemical management is the multiple systems in the global standard is that each response was created to solve a different problem, creating different groups and as a value chain. To save time, let me go directly to our speakers. And we're going to start with Kay.
¿Está conectada?
Is Kay with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Kay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah. Well, Kay, the GFC was adopted in 2023 and is now entering implementation. Where does the textile sector fit in the GFC implementation program, and what would it take to get textile chemical standards, including the ZDC MRSL, formally reorganized within the GFC framework. Why does the GFC present a strategic opportunity for textile industry, and how does it link to climate, health, and biodiversity frameworks? Please take your time. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to the meeting today. The Global Framework on Chemicals, as you say, was adopted in 2023 in Bonn and has spent the last 3 years very much on implementation. One of the key mechanisms for implementing the framework is the concept of implementation programs. And this is where a mechanism where stakeholders from different communities can come together on an equal basis and help shape activities that will progress not only sustainability, but chemical management in a safe and sustainable way. So the work of the implementation programs is about sharing best practice, about co-creating guidance and harmonizing standards, and looks at approaches on a global level. And textiles is one of the proposals for a global sector program being developed under an economic and industry sector program. So in terms of standards, I think standards are very important, both as a tool for mandatory action and the basis for legislation, as well as a voluntary tool for industry to set best standards and build competitive advantage. And the use of tools and harmonizing and limiting some of the tools so that we have less fragmentation is an opportunity that we can take on this global stage. So I think it's very important, not only for the textile sector that does have a global supply chain, but also for other high impact sectors like electronics, like construction and buildings, like the healthcare sector, that we look at the standards that are available, share those ones that are a best practice, and try and bring together through our community of collaborative working an approach that suits everyone and that can reduce fragmentation and achieve the aims of the framework, which is to make a planet free from harm from chemicals and waste. We're also looking in terms of the textile being a mature sector that can be a tipping point, if you like, for other sectors, and a way to build and strengthen consumer trust in a world where there is misinformation and information overload about what we have. So it's important that we do highlight, again, the best practice, the innovations, and as well the knowledge that we have about the chemicals that we are using. It is very important that we don't have what we call regrettable substitution of chemicals that we understand are harmful, but then they're replaced with something else that is even more harmful. In terms of a strategic opportunity for this industry, I think it is incredibly important that this framework is seen as interlinking with the topics of climate, health, and biodiversity. There are codependencies and interlinkages, and it's really important that they are seen together so that each of those areas can be successful in reaching its aims at the global level. So just to give you some examples, for example, on climate, increasing temperature, extreme weather events, disruptive ecosystems accelerate chemical pollution. We know that, for example, on textiles that are grown, the agricultural crops such as cotton, when we've got increased weather, we know that there are higher pest pressures, which then need more pesticides to potentially address the problem. So we also know that storms and floods exacerbate some of the unintended releases of hazardous chemicals into watercourses. So it's really important that we look at the climate change impacts and see how they're also mobilizing hazardous chemicals in our global environment. Under the framework, we work not only in the environmental area, but also with our health sector, closely with the World Health Organization and the International Labour Organization, amongst other intergovernmental organizations. And occupational health and safety standards are absolutely key in the core of our programs and are specifically mentioned. I think worker exposure to chemicals such as PFAS, the polyfluoroalkyl substances that are so topical at the moment at a global level, is really important to understand and to reduce and put measures to protect those workers. We also know that microfibers can be inhaled through both our respiration and also dermal routes, and that many of the dyes that are being used can be carcinogenic and have specific impacts, especially on vulnerable populations, such as children and pregnant women. And then finally, I want to touch on the biodiversity loss, and the Convention on Biological Diversity has specifically recognized hazardous chemicals and pesticides in one of their targets, Target 7. And we are working closely with the Convention to be able to assess through our indicators the progress that we are making to try and ensure that we are reducing those highly hazardous pesticides that are being used globally, and make sure that we have transparency and innovation to prevent the loss that's happening in biodiversity. So with that, I think it's important the framework provides this platform that allows the different academics, different stakeholders, industry, private sector, governments, and various players to come together in a collaborative framework. And its strength as we move towards the first international conference will be that we'll be able to move things forward in a way that will change and accelerate the transition that is needed, especially in the textiles sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for our collaboration. It's very important to listen to these informations. And well, it's very useful for all of us. Thank you. Well, en segmento, sí, vamos adelante con Christian.
Continuing on, let's now go with Christian from Hohenstein. Hohenstein is one of the leading scientific testing organization. Christian specifically works with residual or wastewaters in Latin America and performs tests in Latin America. And what is the realistic gap in compliance between best practices and the guidelines? Thank you for the question, Marcelo. We'd like to thank you for this invitation, this opportunity to create a place for discussions on this topic. When we talk about sustainability, conversations are generally based on carbon emissions and circular economy and recycling. All of these topics are extremely important. However, if we analyze the environmental role of manufacturing, the topic of greatest importance is water and chemicals, especially when we're talking about wastewater in the textile industry. This sector is responsible for approximately 20% of industrial wastewater pollution in the world. A number of different industries use colorant, consumes large amounts of water. They use a surfactant, colorant, supporting products, heavy metals, and other organic contaminants. It's also been an important source of contaminants in microplastics and microfibers, as has already been noted here. And in addition, synthetic textiles also contribute 35% of the primary microplastics that end up in our oceans. These fibers can be released throughout the entire life cycle of the product, manufacture, use, washing, and final disposition. Therefore, the management of wastewater is not just an environmental issue, it's also one that has to do with biodiversity, public health, circular economy, and the resilience of supply chains. When we turn to Latin America, there's tremendous variety. We have some companies that are very advanced that operate at international standards with certifications and have very modern effluent treatment systems. We also have a lot of small and mid-sized companies that have economic, technical, and even infrastructure limitations. In general terms, the majority of companies meet or comply with the local environmental legislation, but there are important differences between complying with domestic law and that of international programs such as GFC and international brands. Many countries in Latin America, if not all of them, the regulations on wastewater is based on pH, oxygen, solid waste, suspended solids, acids, temperature, and so forth, sort of traditional or conventional parameters. They're important for a baseline for environmental protection, but they're very basic. They don't contain or reflect the chemical substances that are of greatest concern today, international. For example, the wastewater that is being such as toxic solvents, different chlorinated waters, PFAS, and other substances that can be associated with textile production processes. Therefore, an installation can be in full compliance with local legislation, but not meet the requirements of GFC or the requirements of given individual brands. Today, therefore, we see one of the biggest gaps in compliance that exists in the region today. Another one has to do with the available analytic capabilities. We talk a lot about requirements, but less often about the infrastructure required to ensure compliance. Many labs do not even have labs that are capable of performing the sets of analysis required by GFCs or steps in terms of wastewater. The truth is that the number of labs that are accredited and can perform these tests is still very much limited, and they have to continue to send their samples abroad for testing.
In the same way that many companies need to send these samples away outside of their country or the region. That increases the time, the cost, response times, and it's an especially big barrier for the SMEs. Therefore, the challenge is not just regulatory, it's also quite technical, economic, and also within the social structure. And it's right here, actually, where initiatives such as CDHC and others can create a lot of value for the industry. Because ZDHC has a preventative type of focus, and the main objective is to make sure that these dangerous chemical substances should enter into the process from the beginning. instead of just being like concentrating in the end. ZDHC promotes responsible management of these chemicals, monitoring the wastewater, and continuous improvement of these processes. On the other hand, Ecosystic looks at this from another perspective, and STEP evaluates the installations, chemical management, health and occupational health, social responsibility, and matters that have to do with quality management. And we also focus on the chemical matters and the results, but STEP is focused on management that permits that these improvements could be sustainable in real time, or actually in time. And therefore, both tools they complement each other and they're important, and they work well together. These places that have been certified under STEP usually have the right programs for training and documents and continuous improvement that help the implementation of this program for the requirements significantly of the ZDHC matters. And this strengthens special areas within STEP. These are not programs that compete against each other, actually. These are tools that complement each other, and they help each other and help these companies move forward towards a more responsible management of their chemistry and their chemicals, actually. Looking forward, they consider we have three main priorities for Latin America. And the first one is to broaden the analytical capacity and laboratories that have to do with this management, and then move towards a greater harmonization between local regulations and international requirements for the market. And then the third one is to guarantee that the small and medium companies or enterprises can participate without having to carry an economic burden that is disproportionate. Of course, our objective should not just be to comply with the market requirements or the standards, but to have better chemistry and these chemicals are safer and reduce the risk for the communities, take care of the biodiversity, and to improve Latin American textile industry. When we improve the management of wastewater, not only do we protect ecosystems, we also build much more resilient and transparent matters that are more prepared and better prepared for the future. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can see that these systems complement each other. They help each other. We're walking in the same direction, but there are many paths to get there, and we need the flexibility to get there, so long as we walk in the right path, in the same path. Speaking of the chemicals in this sense, it's important to speak about this. Very well. Then moving forward, let's speak to Renato from Honduras. He is a chemical expert, and he works with brands in Central America and also chemical products, and Honduras exports a lot of garments to the United States, one of the greatest exporters to the United States. So the question is, how much does it truly cost for all these chemicals? Who pays for it? And what happens when a supplier cannot permit themselves all of the matters and these things that are required? Thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor to be able to share with the people who have a positive impact in our industry. And to answer your question and to give you a bit of context here for the audience, as we were saying, Honduras is among the 10 biggest garment exporters for the North American market or the United States market. Together with, and in Central America, we're a main hub for brands to be able to use this geographical advantage that we have there in order to reduce the inventory risks and minimize that overproduction that might have. So for this industry to be able to be competitive compared to the Asian industry, our industry had to proactively create these clusters and these chains that are vertically integrated, sustainable, and resilient. So to be able to produce for these larger, great brands, these textile industries had to adopt environmental standards that were much more restrictive than the local laws. And that is actually a very good way to say, look, how these brands can have an influence directly on these industries so they can get out of their status quo and adopt these world standards without expecting or waiting for a governmental law to be implemented. We do it before that. Now, when we talk about managing these the chemicals, no different. The ecosystem that was created in that region was like self-regulation. So in order to be able to sell to these clusters and these companies, we had to get certified using, those that are accepted by the textile industry. And as a consequence, this is a live sort of example that H&C and all the others can use, like a filter of restricted substances from their source. But at the same time that self-regulation exists, we can also see that often, because of the different brands, they have different patterns, like what happens also, as we said, with the biomaterials, those chemical producers have to adapt, like these. I'm talking about managing the chemicals, and it's greater costs, more bureaucracy. And that's why Kay's type of work and the GFC has a lot to be able to help us harmonize these types of certifications and incentivize the suppliers, because in the end, those are the ones who pay the bill, to not go to the local market and then break from, that chemical safety, which is what we want. So what I really want to bring here to the summit and to the table is that apart from the restricted chemicals and all the substances that we've mentioned, that it's important that the laws that you have be effective, I also want to bring something else to the light, the hidden enemies of this industry. When we hear those phrases such as like, for every kilo of textile, we need half a kilogram of chemicals, that's because it's not being managed properly, either because of commercial inertia or lack of initiatives, because the laws that don't exist, or because they use materials or very old-fashioned machinery that, for example, an example of this is like salt. Salt is inoffensive, really, with an ingredient, something we eat daily. However, it's also responsible for not having any, like we have no life in the Dead Sea. That's an example of misuse of salt, and it's easy to forget the textile industry uses a lot of salt to get between 2 and 3 pounds of garments. We need up to 1 kilogram of salt. It might not seem very much, but when we multiply that by 100 million garments, which is the volume of one of our clients in the region, that's a pile of salt that's almost as tall as like Santiago's main Telefonica building, or a telephone sort of company building. And if we look at it from the satellite, it would give us an impact. But those hidden chemicals that are in the industry, and that salt is never, usually it's not sort of taken out of the treatment plants. It goes into the river, and it creates this very small sort of dead seas around these industries, because there's not like a limitation of how or total amount of solids that can be dissolved in the rivers, for example, or like in the south of India, where they were obliged to recover the water. That salt limits is the limitation that the industries have, and they have to increase the cost and to be able to have extra management of that residue. So that is a clear example of how the industry have tried to stop that domino effect by just holding on to the very last domino piece, and all the other pieces have fallen already. So we, Rethinking, the company called Rethink, what we want to do is to try and put this piece in the right position and try to encapsule that colorant and be able to make sure that you can understand a bit better, and then reduce the consumption of salt, water, energy, steam, and recently also an entity, Fashion for Goods, which is well respected in the industry, validated that technology and published 2 weeks ago a report comparing this technology with conventional technology, and was able to have 40% saving in water, 85% in salt, and 70% of greenhouse effect gases. And to change this paradigm a little bit, to break it, that in order to be sustainable it has to be more expensive, that technology gave our clients important savings, and so they're able to change some of their obsolete machinery and help them to be to be able to finance themselves with this new machinery. And that was only possible. I just want you to take that in your mind as a success case. And it's only successful because of what we're talking about, this collaboration, this help, because our laboratory is basically across the road from this large industry, so we know what they need and we can bring them solutions. And that type of win-win model permitted us to create a state-of-the-art laboratory, which usually we only find it in other places of innovation, but it has helped us to innovate in situ, close to the plant, understanding their problems, and we've been able to patent 3 new technologies to take those different chemistry, the chemicals like that are eternal, that have to do with the coloring of the cloth, and also to be able to dye cotton with vapor instead of using water. So that is a clear example of collaboration, transparency, and this impact can be scaled up and validated and get these benefits for the industry. And so why are we here? We see that the EPR law helps us to look at the whole life cycle of the garment, and then the digital passports that should be included, not only with science and water and energy. They're here to bring to light much of the data that was hidden. The GFC also gives us that line and that path to be able to work in a harmonized manner. And all of these regulations are not separated. They're part of the same domino effect we're talking about. They're all connected. And the position of each of these parts is important for the industry. We need to work directly from the source. Select the chemicals instead of looking at the treatment plant. Design the process really well, and not just the consequences that might cause in the industry later on. We've come here not to stop that domino effect in the last piece, but to rather place these dominoes in the right position to affect that sort of negative chain effect that might be happening in this industry. Thank you very much. Thank you, Renato. We can see that there are solutions, and it is possible to change these eternal chemicals for safer chemicals. And the secret is to be able to get into the process, and going into the industrial process and start at the beginning of the cycle, start at the beginning of the cycle of the process, rather, because often when they start at the beginning, they're eternal chemicals. There's no treatment for them, but it doesn't have to be like that. Next, we're going to give the floor to Jimena from Amfori. Jimena, in Amfori, this is where many of the Latin American brands come into Latin America. And so from environmental management, the progression moves to BPI, which is a tool that Amfori goes above and beyond the climate to have a developed model in collaboration with ZDHC. So in practice, how does this work between BPI and CPI and in Latin America, and how does this help us to be able to have a deeper commitment with the environment? Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I want to thank Ambition Loop and all of the people who have carried out this summit from ANFORI. We are very happy to be able to participate in these spaces for dialogue, where we see the government, civil society are sitting down on the same table, not necessarily to be in agreement with everything, but rather to be able to move the conversation forward and therefore make the agenda move forward. And I believe this is very important. From Amfori, we want to share our experience with all the companies that are members of Amfori, but also we want to learn. And this goes and comes. So thank you very much for inviting me. Before I start speaking about solutions, I want us all to be very clear about the scale of what we're talking about. Although, other speakers have also been referring to the various indicators that show us the magnitude of the textile sector. The idea is to recapitulate so that we're all on the same page. So the textile industry, has been mentioned before, is responsible for 8 to 10% of global CO2 emissions. So we see that there is a very clear impact on climate change. It consumes about 98 million cubic meters of water per year, which would satisfy the needs of 5 million people. On the other hand, and this has been mentioned also by Christian, only 20% of industrial pollution of the water comes from processes that have to do with textile treatment and dyeing. And every year we have 92 million tons of residue, which is the equivalent of a full rubbish truck that is throwing everything into its landfill every minute. And so here we see that an important fraction of all the textile comes from chains from various parts of the world, and in many cases, no one in the region has verified ever. And that's the problem we have. The question is, what shall we do with this? I would like to introduce our organization. It's not very well known in the region, and FORI is an association which is at a global level, and its main offices are in Brussels and works with brands, retailers, suppliers, importers to make international trade much more responsible from a focus, a social focus, and also from an environmental one. Our organization has approximately 2,500 member companies in more than 40 countries. In Chile, we are also present in Falabella, the Paris, Guaylama. We're lucky that they're also here at this table. Casa Ideas is also a Chilean, and it's a Chilean company that's a member of Amfoli, and we carry out more than 40,000 audits in supply chains throughout the whole world. But more than being just auditors, we are a platform for collaboration, and we firmly believe in the power of collaboration. And that word and that concept is very important. One of the biggest problems that we have in this sector is the auditing fatigue, and we've mentioned before. And usually we see the situation that we have a supplier that is answering thousands or multiple schemes and requirements from various clients that have some things in common, but they do not collaborate among each other. And FARI resolves this. And we have a platform where once someone has been audited with us, can share this with all of their clients that are members of the organization. So the economy of scale is not just financial, it's also time, capacity, and trust. we work with two main tools. The first one, and the one that most people know, is called BCCI. Maybe you've heard of it before. BCCI means Business Social Compliance Initiative. It's an initiative for social compliance, which has to do with social risk within the supply chain, and this implies working conditions, the rights of the workers, forced labor, child labor, and also these basic structure and elements for responsible environmental management. So BCCI is the door that opens to outsourcing for many retailers and brands at a global level and also at a local level. Next to this, we also have another tool that has to do with environment and is called BPI, which is Business Environmental Performance Initiative, and it complements BCCI. They're not separate, actually. It's another tool that shares a common structure, and it's like the next layer or dimension on the same structure with the same suppliers. So BP has to do with water, energy, climate, managing waste, chemical matters, and also biodiversity. Everything that has to do with the environmental impact, and all the figures I mentioned at the beginning are represented here in practice. So what makes us different from other players is that Anfori does not work with promises from the brands and the retailers, but rather works with data that's been verified in the places where production takes place. And this is an important distinction. In practice, and also getting back to the question, what we usually see is that they start in this whole matter of the suppliers through BCCE, and also so that these bases, once they've been consolidated for compliance, and we see that it has certain elements for environmental management, and they go to a new area once this social base has been consolidated. And also in the textile manner, our partners, not only in Chile, but around the world, also have these suppliers in Asia, Bangladesh, China, India, Vietnam, Myanmar. These are places where usually they're able to get their textiles. These are countries where we see that they have the capacity for production and they have a trade relationship with those that's not necessarily very transparent with regards to the environment. So BCCI establishes that relationship with transparency in social matters, and BP permits our member companies to extend this transparency to that which to the environmental matter without asking the supplier to start from the beginning with another system, without creating extra friction with regards or in a relationship where often we see that the brands from Latin America have a smaller power for negotiation than a European one, simply because of volume. And this leverage from the clients towards the suppliers is something that we always have to bear in mind. And this is where we see that we have ZDHC, and it's the most concrete thing that BEPI does practically. So managing the chemicals, as we mentioned before, throughout the whole day is one of the greatest risks for the environment of the textile industry. And ZDHC is the global standard as a reference for textiles, leather, and shoes. Before the Asian suppliers, as I mentioned before, where we have an important part of the manufacturing for the textile. In many cases, they're already working with ZDHC because the other global clients demand them to do so. So that's what Amfori has been able to achieve through coming to an agreement with the ZDHC through BEPI, is that that data that the supplier was generating or other clients can be shared automatically with all of our other member companies. Basically, this works through an API or like an interface. And so the systems connect up to it, and therefore we avoid that the whole process be repeated again. In this way, a retailer or a Chilean brand or a Latin American one that, for example, does not have the volume to demand something new to a supplier as far as data is concerned, and yet they can benefit from what that supplier is doing for other global suppliers. And that's what BEPI does together with ZDHC. And this is important within the context of what we're discussing in Chile. The EPR law will need processes, materials, and in this sense, the retailers and brands already have BCCI and BEPI activated with the suppliers are building the basis of traceability, even if they don't know it. Traceability in the future. And just to finish, the figures I gave you at the very beginning, 8 to 10% of global emissions, 93 million cubic meters of water, 92 millions of residue or wastewater are not going to change, nor will they be reverted just because of good intentions. They will change because of concrete tools and systems that make the information flow, and that this could be measured in situ, and that the brands and retailers will be able to have access to data that is verifiable from their suppliers. We all know that with ethic codes or behavioral codes, we're not going to go anywhere. These have to be structured, they have to be part of the work, and they have to be able to be proven in situ. And this is why we see that these tools can be used globally, and the companies that are using them in Latin America are aligned with an agenda that is moving forward in all directions, from that which is regulatory, trade, and reputational as well. So this law in Chile, the EPR, accelerates the agenda, but it's not a starting point. And the message for today is this: notwithstanding how this regulatory framework evolves, we cannot take decisions for sourcing just blindly. We have to know who produces what, under what social conditions, and what are they doing with the environment. It's not a demand for the future, it's a need that we have in the present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Obviously, there are many challenges that we are continuing to face. We know that there are examples of good testing around the globe as well that we need to replicate. Let's now turn to Alfredo. As countries begin to consider textile waste within the context of APR, I wonder if you could address the topic of the greatest gaps in terms of collection, classification, in recycling infrastructure, digital development, secondary markets, and what developments can do. You've asked me 3 questions in one. I appreciate it, but those are really 3 different things. In any case, thank you very much. I'm Alfredo. I am Chilean. I work for the IDB. I'm based in DC. So I'll tell you a little bit about our experience in the area of solids and moving that over to the area that you work in. I work in the circular economy in general, but I'm very pleased to be here. In terms of experiences, lessons learned, and the experiences that we've had When you're working with solid waste in general, and we can also talk about textile waste or products that are going to then produce waste, there are 4 or 5 things to take in mind. First of all, regulations are important. Having a clear, sustainable, mature regulation in place is important. Clear rules, obviously, it's often said. It's not always a given. It's very often absent, in fact, but nonetheless, the design of these strategies, these regulations has to be well done, focusing on reality with the engagement of all of the stakeholders, and also vis-a-vis the capabilities domestically and internationally. Sometimes we're dealing with goals, targets that may or not be actually achievable. Whether we're talking about ERP, we're talking about waste materials, waste waters, and so forth, there are a few things that are really important. And one of those is, of course, the market, demand. Waste is something that obviously traditionally is created, something that is useless, is not any good to anyone. Now, of course, that also exists and will continue to exist, but in the modern world, in the circular economy, we have to find a way to use as much of that and transform it. But again, if there aren't regulations, if there's no market, there is a dichotomy, and we have to balance those expectations as well. Sometimes when you look at the region, we set very high goals, very high objectives, and we don't reach them. But instead of being happy because we've made steps toward reaching them, we're sad because we had set our goals or set our sights too high to start with. So a third element associated with all of this is the reality that we have in the field. We have free riders, we have informal economy. Not everything and everyone is always going to behave exactly in the same way, and therefore there are actors that are different levels of formality. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad, I'm saying that it's a reality that we have to acknowledge. And this is something, a situation in the field, a reality that one has to adjust to. We can't establish a standard fully cognizant that half of the players will be unable to comply. So there's a bit of an inherent risk to that in terms of a regulatory risk of the situation on the ground. You've also mentioned something important, which is data. Data, of course, is vital to understanding what that situation on the ground actually is, and traceability as well, is part of that. When we're talking about waste in general, there are 2 types of problems with data. Sometimes there's an absence of data. We just don't have the information. This is very common in, you go looking for the data and there isn't any, we can't find it. And in other occasions, the data is there, but the person who has the data doesn't share it. So those are the 2 different problems in terms of data. But in any case, these are 4 elements that affect any EPR, any management of these of waste of any sort is important. Regulations are important, markets are important, understanding the situation of boots on the ground is important, and data is fundamental. Those are the 4 elements that I'm referring to. Second, investment gaps. Obviously, I come from an investment bank. We try to do things in favor of the system. This is something we ask ourselves a lot. How and when and what should be done? If you're talking about a circular system where there is a pre-period and a post-period, depending on what the materials are. But again, data, has to be there. We need the data, the information to be able to look at the movement, at logistics. Now, the most complex situation tends to be infrastructure more than valorization or recycling or recovering the materials. It's the infrastructure that poses the problem in terms of investment and in terms of shortcomings and the capex, the cost benefit of what you can get in terms of the demand for the output. This calculation has to be done correctly. And often we see the capex and the opex that are real versus the forecast versus what we're offering the market are not necessarily aligned. Another fundamental aspect in waste, I don't know specifically about textile market, but when we're talking about different type of residuals, very often there's somebody who's creating a project, whether it's an architecture firm or somebody's drafting the project or submitting a proposal, and not necessarily the one who's going to implement it. And there is an understanding gap there, and there may be a distance between, again, what is being proposed and what is actually possible. There's a technology risk. You're familiar with that. Of course, question of innovation is important, but there's also a technology risk. I have to create a proposal to do something if I'm going to do a large scale project for a big city versus an experimental innovation project. These are two different creatures, and we need to treat them differently as well. And a final point, again, here with regard to digitalization, everything is important, of course, when we're talking about new science, classification of materials. Waste materials are important, and the importance of today we have an ability to separate and to classify that was unthinkable 15, 20 years ago. We have different education systems, optic systems, separation optimization systems. Paula Aguirre, who's with us here today, also really helped us to do a very good publication on that. But in any case, what can the IDB do, or institutions like the IDB? First of all, provide support. Obviously, we are a development organization. We're here to help support primarily public sector in its development, as well as management and securing data. We don't have an industrial hub. We have a data hub, it's a regional hub where all the data in terms of quality or high quality data on circular economy, on waste, and so forth is available. We have import statistics, export statistics on materials from all over the world. It's amazing how many different types of materials are mobilized from one country to another, and we have all of those statistics. So if you're looking at trying to find out what sort of waste is being generated, you can also get a lot of information in terms of what the production is versus what was imported, and at the end of the day, what's exported. And so we can run these numbers and do these calculations and fine-tune what you're looking at in terms of the waste, whether it's being recycled or not. We also created an industrial park in Haiti. That's also an important project in the region. And this is a project to help develop Haiti. We'll have to have a whole other session on that. But again, honestly, Haiti is one of the most backward countries on the planet, but it's also one of the most circular in terms of how they reuse, and so forth. They don't do it in a particularly environmentally friendly way, but the circularity of Haiti is, in terms of field experiences, is actually quite interesting. We had 14,000 people working in an industrial textile facility, I don't know if that's a lot or a little, but when I was quite impressed by it. And we're also working with we worked with an Asian company there, and we're talking again. This is 15 years ago, but it was really hard for us as the financiers to understand the flows, the quality of materials, and the processes. They also had a water treatment plant, and they were saying we're doing surface treatment. Again, it was incredibly confusing to me, and I mean, we spent 2 or 3 years arguing over it. This huge organization in Asia trying to do this, but then obviously when we got to Haiti, we had the obvious problem that was just mentioned. We didn't have a lab to test anything, and the closest lab was Florida. And it was also very difficult to get up-to-date information, and it was a textile company that was had too much discharge, and we had this huge lag. But so again, the question of data was important. Obviously, the role of an organization like the IDB is to try to put all of the different pieces in place and to run the numbers to say something is possible, likely, probable, and obviously we need to consider all the variables in this equation. I think it is lunchtime and I don't want to be the last thing between people and lunch, but as I said, data is extremely important in the circular economy. Even more so, it is incredibly important. We're working with a Chilean company on this. The 7% of circularity worldwide. Latin America is at 1%. We're the worst poised around the globe in terms of continents. Chile's at around 3%. But again, when we're looking at the data, how we can manage the data, and of course, it's organizations like the IDB that is called to collaborate. We have worked on the APR of Chile. We're very proud to have done that. We've also been working on new priority projects. One of them is textile, and we're proud of that. And then obviously in the interaction between public and private for infrastructure, organizations like the IDB are responsible for managing risk, uncertainty in projects and integrating the public and private sector, having one-stop shopping for permitting, innovation, things like this to allow a public-private partnership that's effective. Now, to wrap up, what can we do to reduce risk? Well, first of all, help create markets where they don't exist, and also help combine knowledge with practice. Because very often we see things that look very promising, but they're 100 miles away from the field. I mean, Haiti is a good example of that. Sometimes you can actually combine things that appear to be on completely different planes, but it is possible, but it has to be done carefully, and all of the options need to be weighed. It's a question of how I can strike that proper balance. And I guess that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. I think that to conclude, we have to think about chemicals, because chemicals can create a very negative impact on circularity, biodiversity, and human health. There are solutions. Undoubtedly, there's much to be done in infrastructure, certainly in Latin America. but it is possible.
Muchísimas
Carolina?
gracias, Marcelo.
Thank you.
Muchísimas
Thank
gracias
you
a
very
todos los
much,
panelistas,
Marcelo. Thank you very
a
much to our
todos los que
panelists,
creen que
to
son las 6 de la
everyone.
tarde, son recién las 2:15.
I know you think
¿Qué es lo
it's
que
6
parece?
p.m., but
Bueno,
it's
y es momento
only
para hacer un
2:15
alto
p.m.
entonces.
So we are
Simplemente
going to
decir
take
y
a
tener
break.
claro que creo que es lo que hemos sacado parte de la mañana.
And I
El
think
punto de fondo es que la agenda
the
química
important thing
no
this
es un tema
morning
aislado,
is
está
that
conectado con la salud,
the chemical
biodiversidad, clima, condiciones
agenda is
laborales,
not
agua y
isolated.
comercio, entre
It's
otros
associated
temáticas.
with health, biodiversity,
Vimos
climate,
con
working
casos de éxito
conditions,
ejemplos
water,
respecto de cómo
trade,
pasar
and
de un
other
cumplimiento
topics.
fragmentado
We've
a una
seen
transformación
concrete
real
examples of
de
how to
textiles,
move
especialmente en
from
cadenas de valor que
fragmented
cruzan países,
compliance to a
estándares
real
y capacidades
textile
muy
chemical
distintas.
transformation,
Vamos a ir
value
a
chains
una
that
hora de
go
almuerzo,
across
espero que todos
countries,
tengan tiempo para seguir con estas
standards, and different capacities.
conversaciones.
We're
Nos
going to
volvemos a
take a
reunir para una
break
tarde
for
que
lunch,
todavía queda
and we will
y
come
que
back this
vamos a estar
afternoon.
hablando
There's
del tema de
still a lot
conversaciones
to
sobre
talk
un tema muy
about
complejo, el consumo,
on
el comercio y la ropa de
consumption
segunda mano. Así es que
and
todos bienvenidos a la
second-hand
jornada de la tarde.
clothing.
Muchas gracias.
So we'll see you all later. From the interpreter, amount of time not stated. The schedule says 1 hour.
Uno, dos, uno. Sí, sí.
Buenas tardes. Esperamos que hayan tenido un buen receso. Y
Thank
damos comienzo ya a las 1:30 de
you
la tarde.
for
Así que si hay
joining
gente
us this
todavía que está
afternoon.
en
I
el
believe there
hall,
are some
si
people
pueden
who are
ingresar
still
con
out
sus
in the hall.
dispositivos
If
de
you can
traducción.
come back
Si
in,
es que lo
grab your
necesitan para
headset
ya
if
comenzar
you
con
need
la
it,
última
so
sesión
that we can
de esta
begin with
tarde.
our final session this afternoon.
Sabemos que ha sido un día intenso,
We
pero
know it
también
has
muy
been
enriquecedor de
a
muchos
very
aprendizajes.
fruitful
Así es
day
que
with lots
le
of
pedimos
learning,
en
a little
última
intense.
concentración.
So we're going to
Como la
ask
última hora
you
del viernes en
to,
el colegio,
this
igual.
is like what back we were back in school, last class Friday afternoon. We could do it.
Vamos entonces, esta
Very
tarde
well,
vamos a estar
let's
abordando
get
una de las
started.
contradicciones más
We will
visibles
be focusing on one of
del
the
sistema
biggest
textil
or
global.
the most obvious
Hablamos de un tema que hemos
contradictions
estado tratando
in
durante
our
jornadas y
field,
es
something we've
la
been
ropa de
talking about
segunda mano.
all day, and that
Y si puede
is
extender la vida útil de las
secondhand
prendas, facilitar
clothing.
el acceso, generar
And
empleo y ser
can
parte de una
we
economía circular.
extend the useful
Antes de
life
tocar, de
of
hecho, el
clothing,
primer panel esta
facilitate
mañana
access,
en una
generate
discusión
employment, and
de
be
qué
part of a
necesita la
circular
ropa para poder
economy?
tener una
We
segunda
addressed
vida.
this morning. What does
Pero
clothing,
también puede
what
convertirse en un
do
mecanismo
articles
el
of
cual
clothing
la
need to have
sobreproducción
a
y
second
los
life?
vecinos de
We've
mercados de
also
altos
talked about
ingresos terminan trasladándose,
overproduction,
como todos sabemos, al
surplus,
sur global.
and of course,
La
we
decisión
all
no
know
busca culpar,
that
más
the
bien
impact of
busca
these
mirar la
on the
estructura,
global
la
south. We're
sobreproducción,
looking
las reglas de
at
comercio,
structure,
infraestructura de
overproduction,
clasificación, lo que hablamos, la
trade
calidad
rules,
de las prendas,
sorting
los marcos
infrastructure,
internacionales y
and
modelos
we'll
de
be
negocios
looking at
circulares.
business models,
La
circular
pregunta, en
business
definitiva,
models,
es
and
¿qué tendría que
international
cambiar
brands. So the
en los
question is,
sistemas de
what would have to
comercio para que la
change
ropa de segunda
in
mano
trade
sea
so
justamente parte de
secondhand
esa
clothing
solución
becomes
y no
part of
una
the
transferencia de
solution
residuos como es
and
muchas
not
veces?
a waste
Para
transfer as it's
inaugurar
often
esta
perceived to be?
próxima sesión, Francesco Gaetani, representante
To
del
lead
Grupo
our
General Affairs
session,
de UN.
Francesco
Muchas gracias,
Gaetani
Francesco.
of the
Gran tarea que queda en tus
UNEP.
manos.
You have a tall task ahead of you, but it is all yours. Thank you very much. Before lunch, you said that this was a complex topic, a big task, and that is all true. I hope you didn't eat too much because we want to keep you awake, but we do want to keep you all at your average of 37 degrees for your temperature and make sure that you're using the calories and burning those up in the heated discussions here. Again, this is one of the hot topics in trade around the world and in the context of the UN, obviously, because it has to do with geopolitical topics, diplomatic issues, domestic policy, but also from the environmental perspective. This is also a topic that involves all three dimensions of sustainable development. It's an economic issue, but it's a social issue, and it's an environmental issue as well, all associated with logistics, transportation, and the type of materials that countries export and import. Trade, of course, plays a role. It's a bit of a double-edged sword because on the one hand, the useful life of clothing can be longer. We know that that's a little bit utopic, of course, but that's the idea of the trade in this type of material. And the other is that clothing shouldn't just last a season, which unfortunately happens quite often. However, commerce is part of a process that nonetheless cannot be identified with sustainability. Unfortunately, we've spoken about overproduction, surplus, production with synthetic fibers, poor quality materials that do not allow for recycling that, and also even from the ethical perspective, don't necessarily allow for a transfer from high-income countries to low-income countries. And very often,
Recording in progress.
we're talking about materials that really don't have very high added value. The Atacama Desert has been mentioned several times, but the truth is that there are many Atacama deserts. Perhaps it's been mentioned here and has been obvious in the press because Chile is a country that has a lot more transparency than others, and data is available. And we can see quite directly what is happening. But the problem of waste and waste management and the import commerce in secondhand clothing is a problem. It's a global problem that requires a global solution. So what we're seeking to do here is provide a structural analysis of the driving forces behind the dynamics that underpin the discussions that we've had over the last 2 days, including existing gaps in regulations, the gaps in infrastructure, the lack of cooperation, collaboration, regionally and globally. We'll also be hearing about how textile waste is classified in the Basel Convention. We had a very interesting discussion previously about chemicals. Now we'll talk about trade, commerce of textiles, what type of regulations exist, and what the Basel Convention will do. That's what regulates the dangerous chemical substances, what that convention might be able to do in this area. We'll also talk about what we already have in terms of regulated markets, and we'll see whether that effectively solves the problem or solves parts of the problem, and see if this is actually promoting the proper use of the circular economy in terms of waste management. We have a total of 90 minutes. We have 5 speakers. We would ask them to limit themselves to 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, literally, each, so that we can then have time for Q&A, comments, and so forth from those who are not formally speaking on the program. So perhaps I've already spoken too much, and of course we're all keenly interested in hearing what folks in the room and online have to say. So let's begin with Lorena Paloma from Arto Global. We had a prep call with Lorena. Where is she? There she is. And Lorena is what is called a data geek. She is an expert in data. She's got her finger on the pulse of what's going on, at least here in Chile. And I can see here that Chile imports here 126,000 tons of secondhand clothing. And if I can prod her with a question, is does Chile's zero tariff, zero restriction policy on imports, is that a development strategy that needs to be improved, or is it a structural mistake that has led to problems like the Atacama? Lorena, what would you change? And based on your knowledge, what has worked well? Your mic does not appear to be on.
Pero veo que hay un blinking.
It is blinking. We can get tech support.
Creo que una.
Ya, muchas gracias, Marco, por
Thank
la
you very
introducción.
much, Marco, for that introduction. Thank you to the organizers, to Ambition, Loop, ECLAC, and of course the government of Chile that has made this very much needed forum possible. That question is provocative, and I may disappoint you a bit in the response, but let me set a context. Chile's commercial and trade policy has been successful. It's since the mid-1970s to the 1980s has been focused on unilateral openness and opening to avoid distortions in international trade in Chile, but it's also been evolving and advancing and becoming more sophisticated. So we can't think about Chile's trade policy and development without thinking about the fact that it's a small country that depends on international trade. We can't perceive that as a policy mistake. On the contrary, is it a driver for growth and employment creation mechanism? It has allowed for expansion of industries and for exports. Now, specifically, in the case of policy in recent years, we also need to remember that Chile belongs to a group of countries that is very far from the logistics centers and the power centers. Everything is more expensive, and a policy of openness that means that there are over 34 agreements with over 76 economies that represent 88% of worldwide GDP. It would be naive to think that we could do away with our policy of zero tariffs. What we have is a network of commercial agreements with safeguard mechanisms that allow us to have or to implement sectoral policies that are compatible with trade agreements and the WTO. And I'd like to talk a little bit more on that topic. Let me say that today our tariff, the ad valorem tariff applicable to all imports is 6%, but the effective tariff, after looking at trade preferences and taking an average of all goods that come into the country, is 0.79%. It's a very low tariff. Now, on top of that, there is 19% value added tax. Now, when we're talking about secondhand clothing, which is a problem we can't ignore, we have to set the context for that within Chile's economic and development. Secondhand clothing is a means of generating employment, and some point in the history of our country, it was also a time when we didn't have high quality available in terms of clothing. A lot of people wore secondhand clothing, and also when our domestic textile industry disappeared in the 80s, it was the only solution. So could we say, was it a policy design error? No, because at the time we didn't have overproduction, we didn't have fast fashion, so we can't judge a policy with today's parameters when it was done in the past. We have to look at what trade policy has done or can do to include at the sectoral level new measures that can help us fill these regulatory voids. The trade agreements in Chile has evolved. The most recent one is one we have with the EU. It took effect last year in an interim fashion because the parliaments of both countries have to approve it, but it has a very important chapter, which is the chapter on trade and sustainable development that allows for safeguards for environmental policy and labor policy. This creates a very open space for us to be able to create legislation on traceability, on EPR, without violating any trade agreements. I think the honest question is, what can we do today through the mechanisms that we have in our trade agreements to raise the standard of secondhand clothing that's being imported? Let me focus on this point on the study that we did with UNESE and ECLAC in 2023 that's published in 2024 that's enabled us to confirm a lot of the data that's been cited here, but also to have some additional data. In the case of Chile and within the southern hemisphere, there are a lot of countries that restrict the import of used clothing and have safeguards for their commercial agreements. Chile didn't have to do that because Peru did it when it negotiated with the United States, and there was a clause for the exclusion of secondhand clothing. Chile didn't have to do that because we didn't have a textile industry to protect, and we also had secondhand clothing as a means of allowing people to dress themselves. So Peru safeguarded their prohibitions in their agreement. Chile can't do that today. Because some people suggest we should raise tariffs or set a bar, that is, or a ban. That's not possible because not only would it be a violation of our commitments to the WTO and trade agreements, but we would also be violating a provision of the constitutional organic law that regulates our central bank. So through the central bank data, as well as the national customs system, in addition to this effective tariff level of 0.76, we see that the cost of maritime transport, and especially after the pandemic, dropped significantly. And that meant that the kilo of used clothing was just $1.17. And the primary points where it comes into Chile are also geographically strategic. You've mentioned the desert, the Atacama Desert, but there's also the rest of the country. The question is why in Tarapacá, in the Atacama Desert, we have these open, illegal landfills exclusively for clothing? Why aren't they appearing in San Antonio, where the greatest volume in terms of tons is being imported? And that's because there is a unique tariff system in the northern part of the country, which is the duty-free area in Iquique. So that means that goods that come in don't pay the 19% value-added tax, and they're limited to that geographic area. We have a significant amount of secondhand clothing that comes in packs of huge packs, 500 kilos, that I'm sure you've all seen, these what we call in Spanish pacas or packs. And so the container comes into or arrives at the operator's location within the duty-free zone, and that's when they open up these huge 500-kilo packs, these bags, and then they start classifying the clothing by quality and so forth. It's labor intensive. It's mostly women working, standing up all day long. And at the end of the day, when you visit these locations, you see that there is a huge amount of clothing that can't be used. It's not appropriate for the conditions in the northern part of the country, and that clothing can then not be removed from the duty-free expanded area, because if they do, then it would have to pay value-added tax. So it wouldn't make any sense to then move it to Santiago to recycle it for solar panels or for isolation panels for construction industry, because it would then be subject to 19% value added tax. So we have a lot of clothing that comes in very bad conditions. We have the discards that are done right there on site. We have a business model that then repackages them in packs of 50 kilos. But basically, the model is you take 2 high quality packs plus 1 poor quality pack. And then these packs are resold at a street fair, or they simply throw out the poor quality pack and just keep the first 2 so that they can then resell them. So we see all of these bales of 50-kilo packs being packs or bundles then being deposited in the desert by people who are picking up the garbage or just taking these things out into the desert for a very low fee. So there are a lot of things that have to do with cross-border trade and certain aspects that have to do with our borders in the desert as well. So in the Tarapacá region, we have a price structure. It's ridiculously cheap, where there's environmental dumping because because the garbage that's coming from other countries is being imported, it's being sent here. And because we have a logistic hub, which is the SOFRI, the duty-free zone, that doesn't have any controls on the way in. And so our proposal is to increase the requirements on quality. We can do this through technical regulations that are in keeping with trade agreements and the WTO that would allow us to create policies to defend the environment, biodiversity, and human health that will protect people, and that mean that we would not be in breach of any of our trade agreements. Our agreement with the EU, and looking at the examples that we have today, or what Europe has done in terms of the environment. I mean, there are a lot of lessons learned that we can pick up on from that. So to conclude, I would say, no, we don't need to change our trade policy. We have safeguards. We have these chapters on trade and sustainable development, environmental topics that are topics of interest, not just in Chile, but countries in the region, commitments to climate change, biodiversity, circularity, access to cooperation and best practices. So that's fine. What we need is to go upstream and downstream in the value chain, which is a complex chain, and say we need quality standards, health certifications, we need certificates at origin before they're shipped, and hopefully a declaration of due diligence. We can see these examples in other value chains that are being used in the EU For other commodities that have to be deforestation free, for example, we would have to adapt that through regulations and law and so forth, but nonetheless, there are a lot of things that we can learn from them. If we look at the glass as being half full with optimism, we can say that Chile has begun to close these gaps 18 years late compared to France with the refashion, with their tariffs and so forth, with durability requirements, which was what we hope that the expanded committee will be able to design. And also looking at the ambitious goals that other countries have set as a path forward and a goal that we can attain as well. So to conclude, I don't think we need to substitute or replace our trade policy. I think we need three regulatory aspects. One is entrance, quality requirements for secondhand clothing imports. There are examples in Africa. You can have a decree that requires that it comes with it already separated, that the bales be packaged in a certain way, and that they not come in these 500-kilo bales. We can require development of an eco-design for sustainable products and increase traceability. I think a lot has been said. A lot of people have talked about traceability. It is incredibly important for transparency, to have all of the different steps in the value chain to be identified, but it requires data, infrastructure, and we hope that the EPR will provide that data for us. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lorena. Very interesting to hear about the genesis of the situation from Chile with regards to trade and why, what is happening in the Atacama Desert. And next, we're going to be hearing at the end of the presentation, we're going to hear also from the representatives of the importers in this duty-free area. So the agreement with the European Union is common to many countries of Latin America. Mercosur signed this agreement not too long ago. And in fact, this agreement is divided into two different documents. What's being implemented right now is basically the trade part, to lower the tariffs towards zero, but slowly and surely. But I see that it's a lot more complicated to implement the agreement that includes that article that you mentioned about sustainable development that has to go through the 27 parliaments of the European countries. Very well. Moving forward, we will be hearing from someone who is remote, Alberto Santos Capra. Are you there, Alberto? Yes, I'm here. How are you? Nice to see you again. He is the director of the Regional Center for Basel for South America, based in Argentina, Buenos Aires. Alberto, you have the floor.
Bueno, ¿quieres consultarme algo o directamente
Did you want to ask me something, or shall I start immediately with a quick introduction? Tell us how it works. How does this Basel Convention with regards to waste, especially talking about polyester? Well, first of all, I just wanted to say that we assist countries with technology and training in South America. We are within the framework of the Basel and Stockholm framework, and in our case, we are within the industrial branch of Buenos Aires, Argentina. So what I want to comment after this, we're still working on it. The convention has started to work on this. It has a system for work where we see that the conferences of the part that are the countries who are part of this convention are the ones who decide if waste is actually waste, when it becomes waste, and if it's dangerous or not dangerous. The terms are called waste or residue. And then the conference of the parties has to do with movement across the borders of dangerous waste and other types of waste. So I'm going to be talking a little bit, it might be technical, quite technical. And it has to do with other kinds of waste, like plastics, recently with electronic matters. And the time is right, because next week, the subsidiary body of the convention is going to get together, and it's a technical subsidiary body within the Basel conference. And last year, in this conference, the mandate was given to this technical working group to work on textiles, use textiles and textile as waste. So the convention is just starting to work on this matter, although there have been studies that have gone before. So because of all international movements and because of the importance that it has, not just for the region, but really for the whole world, is that this whole group of this open composition will be working on this next week based on a report. That's why I'd like to talk a little bit extra about what this report is about and the conclusions that we get and what this report has gathered. So before the decision of this open composition, we let the other countries give their opinion, and then there's a technical document that's already on the network of the convention and the meeting that will take place next week. And we've seen 11 countries have participated, and 20 different parliaments have been able to be talking about textiles that have been used, waste, whether the waste is dangerous or not dangerous. So next, I'm going to talk a little about what came out of this report. And of course, I'll be open for any questions that there might be at the end. So one of the most recurring matters in these presentations of these parties and observers is the absence of harmonized, clear criteria to distinguish between used textile that can be reused and just textile waste. So we see there's a lack of harmonization, homogenization in the definitions at a world level. Right now, we do not have a uniform international understanding of when textile stops being a product, that it can be reused, and it ends up being a waste product. That's why I was saying we have some background about what's happened with plastic and electronics. So countries find it difficult to identify when something that has been used stops being a product and ends up being waste. If it's a waste, then what kind of characteristics does it have? Is it dangerous or not? This situation creates a lot of uncertainty in the value chain from its classification and also in the movement that happens with it. For example, whether it's imported or exported, of all of the materials that are entailed. Also, we've seen that there are important differences among countries and regions depending on the standards that are applied to select, clean, disinfect, package, and transport used textiles. Many countries require, for example, a certificate, a health certificate that has been disinfected, and should this certificate be standardized? So similar materials in other countries can sometimes receive certain treatments and classifications that are different according to the local jurisdiction, which makes it difficult for trade and also for this agreement if it is waste and if that waste is considered dangerous waste. So what the Basel Convention has is that if the waste is dangerous, then it's subject to what is called previous fundamented consent, which is the permit of these countries to import it or to export it, especially import and transit, that the movement of that dangerous waste should actually take place. And that has been implemented in Annex number 1 and 2 of the Basel Convention. In Annex number 8 of the Basel Convention, which is much broader, concerning a dangerous waste, and then Annex number 9 is a kind of waste that is not subject to the Basel Convention. So what is highlighted here is the ambiguity as far as entrances into the convention. Like, when is it defined as waste as such? Because if it's not waste, then it's not covered by the convention. And that's one of the most interesting matters that we should highlight. Now, obviously, if apart from the classification of the Basel Convention, we have to bear in mind the classification of the harmonized classification of the World Trade Organization. And we have experience with other things such as electric and electronic matters and plastics. And once they have been classified as waste or dangerous waste, then a whole process has to be started within the World Organization for Trade to change the classifications and the positions regarding the tariffs. So within this report, and some presentations suggest a literal interpretation of this, and there's a specific category which is called Y48, and in Annex number 8, sorry, I'm so technical, but that's the way we classify them. And it has a number which is 3210, which might make some synthetic textiles be considered, or a mix of textiles be within the applications of the Basel Convention as waste. Or at the same time, these from Annex number 9 from this Basel Convention, which means that they don't need to have consent, previous consents, because there's no movement among borders, at least with regards to the Basel Convention. Now, the B30, 30 and 3035, but it does not make a distinction between synthetic and natural fibers. So that means that the same waste, when it's already been classified as waste, could be interpreted differently according to the country or the authority that evaluates it. Because the Basel Convention, we must remember that the definition of waste is not just what the parties define, but also national definitions. And so there are so many national definitions for dangerous waste as countries in the convention. Most of them are harmonized. But there might be a country that something is considered dangerous as waste and for another it's not. And then also a used garment like textile may be waste or may not. So this makes it quite complex, especially as far as moving the textiles between one country and another. Now, several reports express that they're worried about this because of what I mentioned before, previous fundamental consent. In some cases, not very clear if the synthetic textiles should be able to circulate under a simplified way or be subject to stricter controls such as plastic waste. And as I was saying before, the codes or harmonized system that we have right now do not permit making a clear difference between textiles that can be reused from those that are considered waste. For example, the code HS 669, I think, talks about second-hand clothes, whereas the 6310 talks about pieces of textile or of cloth that will be used for recycling or recovery. But often they're misclassified as far as the tariffs are concerned, and we only use 6309, and these second-hand clothes do not really show the correct classification, because perhaps there might be some clothes that's mixed with shoes or belts, which makes it difficult for its classification, and it makes it very difficult also for its use or to be used later as secondhand clothes. Many other presentations show us that in practice, whether they've been reused or whether it's just sort of waste, are usually sort of commercialized or sold with this code I mentioned before, 6309. So as a result, the data that we have does not help us to identify the real flow. As far as this textile waste is concerned, it makes it difficult to make statistics that are reliable and to be able to follow this between the different borders and to know if they actually fall within the Basel Convention. So we need to have, as I was saying before, we need to have common language to be able to describe the different types of textile and that's being used, like secondhand, and then waste material. And this for the customs to be able to inspect and monitor the destiny and evaluate properly the associated environmental risks. Others also underline the economic and social importance of second-hand clothes, especially in lower income and medium income countries, as far as having access to clothes that are not that expensive, as was mentioned by the person who spoke before me. At a world level, it's also highlighted that classification, commercialization, and repair are done by informal workers and SMEs, and a lot of women also do this, and that helps to keep the upkeep of several homes. Several presentations that talked about the challenges to synthetic textile that you were asking me about, especially with regards to microplastics, because there's a relationship also with the plastics and synthetics and the presence of chemicals that are additives, because those really are persistent contaminants, low they remain in the land for a long time. So we need to revise the classification of these textiles within the framework of the convention. Among the options, we have the differentiation between classified textiles and non-classified textiles, whether they're used as products or as waste, and that includes making a distinction between synthetic and natural fibers, and the specific treatment of various categories, as I said before, like shoes, carpets, and other types of matters. And also, to put an end to my words, some have proposed that we should explore the categories of the Basel Convention as well as the customs codes, as I said before, similar to what happened with plastic and electric and electronic apparatus, and also to be able to apply controls consistently, especially through customs, whether they are products or waste. In conclusion, all of these contributions that will be worked upon next week, and probably the open composition group will suggest a proper way to work for the conference of the parties. And there are certain paths, and they do have a roadmap, but all of these contributions reflect an important recognition of the need to improve with clarity, coherence, and harmonization the criteria that is applicable to this and also to the waste, as well as protecting the environment and with the protection of economic protection and benefits and reuse and circular economy. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alberto. That was a presentation that was quite complex, I'm sure, but I do think it was very important. And what I found interesting is the importance of the definitions, the dichotomy between the products and the waste and the various standards that are applicable. The whole matter of treatment, standards for treatment, they don't exist right now. They are fundamentally important, of course, and also the codes that are being used. For the various products, that means that there would be a different type of tariff. So we see how science starts to also be a part of customs and importing matters of importation and financial matters as well. And the truth is, the whole world of textile is quite a complex world, and it really does include many different aspects where, many different disciplines need to work. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Francesco. I know it might be very technical, but the truth is, I think it merits to talk about this right now because the Basel Convention has a lot of experience and a lot of background with plastic and with electric and electronics. So we're seeing that the same thing that has happened with these type of materials, the same thing is happening right now with textile. So we have to pay attention the upcoming week, next week, and see how the conference of the parties of the Basel Convention will develop, that it will be in Panama, and we will have some definitions. And we already have a roadmap of suggestions, and it's very interesting. We should be paying attention to that. Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Alberto. And yes, we're also paying attention to what will be coming out from the revision of the technical report, and perhaps, well, we are really happy to be able to participate in the upcoming meeting in Panama. We hope we'll be able to be there. So let's continue to a block of presentations in English. So if someone does not have their headsets, they may go and get one right now.
And so we switch to English now, and we have here Marisa Adler, who is from SMART, representing the industrial textile sorters, who knows and see exactly what arrives in second-hand bales. We used to say that data tells story, especially in the scientific, community. So which kind of story tells us the data that you are collecting and processing at SMART about the quality of what is coming in? And also, do you have any evidence? Do you have any trends that you can identify on changes because of this fast fashion? Strong wind that is in a way changing our way to consider clothes. And also the last question, which is very much related to the first one, is what percentage of what arrives is actually and genuinely something that can be reused and has some value to be reused? Marisa?
Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for hosting this amazing event and allowing us to be here. I'm Marissa Adler, and I'm speaking on behalf of SMART, which is the
Maybe you can speak a little bit closer to the microphone. You can move the microphone.
My name is Marissa Adler, and I'm speaking on behalf of SMART, which is the Secondary Materials and Recycled Textiles Association, where I serve on the board of directors. I'm filling in for Brian London, actually, who had a bunch of travel disruptions that unfortunately prevented him from being here, even though his luggage arrived. And so I think it's crucial that we're here today providing SMART's perspective. SMART represents the companies that carry out much of the practical work that the conversations in this room ultimately rely on. So we're made up of collectors, sorters, graders, and exporters who handle used textiles every single day. These companies range from small, often family-run businesses to larger operators, many of them generations deep in the trade, including a growing number here in Chile. And together, our members move billions of pounds of textiles every year, billions of kilograms, and keep the overwhelming majority of those textiles out of landfill and in productive use, and in the hands of people who need affordable clothing. Looking around this room, I do see an impressive level of expertise in things like policy, law, finance, design, and brand strategy. But what I see less of is, and what SMART hopes to contribute, is the day-to-day operational perspective, knowing what a bale looks like when it's opened, knowing why a garment goes in one direction and not another, knowing what it costs to sort a kilogram of mixed material and what that kilogram is actually worth on the other side. Our aim is to ensure that this experience helps drive the conversation as policy moves forward. This is a crucial component that we hope to continue to be a part of the ongoing dialogue, and every policy discussed over these 3 days will ultimately impact the people that SMART represents. These are the ones who will implement the policy, absorb it, or if it's poorly designed, be hurt by it. So speaking about what happens on the sorting floor and how many materials are actually recovered, when our members process what we call mixed rags, that's material that is already passed through a thrift store and has the most immediately sellable items removed. A typical sort will look roughly like this. So if you take a bale of mixed rags, you can still derive 45% of that that's reusable and goes to the secondhand markets somewhere in the world. 30% of that becomes wiping cloth, repurposed wiping cloth for industrial uses. 20% of that gets converted into fiber grade material suitable for applications like stuffing and shoddy, and only a small residual share, less than 5%, has no productive use and must be disposed of. So the important point is that in this stream, unusable material is a very small fraction. The overwhelming majority has some form of reuse, repurposing, or recycling value. However, we do see a clear trend that quality and yield are declining. Where it might have once taken roughly 2 trailers of unsorted incoming material to produce 1 container load of sorted reusable end market bales, it can now take closer to 3 or even 3.5 trailers to achieve the same volume of reusable output. And why? I think we all know why. There are several reasons for this shift. Number one, the average quality of the incoming textiles is decreasing. Fast fashion has brought lighter garments, more synthetic blends, and shorter lifespans, which means a larger proportion of items are difficult to place in high-value reuse and recycling markets. Number two, upstream actors such as charity and thrift stores are retaining more of the high-quality product in their own channels. As their business models evolve, they understandably seek to capture more value of the materials before it reaches industrial sorters. And number three, similarly, the growth of brand take-back and online resale platforms has led to more cream skimming. Cream is the most valuable part of the textiles in a bale, which are now sold individually online rather than in bulk streams. And those higher pieces have historically helped subsidize the cost of handling everything else. So the result is that the industrial sorting facilities increasingly receive a more challenging mix, greater volumes of lower value material with fewer of the high value items that help pay for processing. This matters in practice because the better items have always helped subsidize the labor, as I mentioned. And as those items are removed earlier in the chain, the economics become hard to handle. So this morning we heard from the World Bank and Falabella that recycled material is structurally more expensive than virgin, and only policy can close that gap. That's exactly what we're seeing on the sorting floor, that the economics of handling the low value fraction doesn't work without support. So the question isn't whether to fund sorting and recycling. There already seems to be agreement here that we should. It's more about who gets that funding, and we feel it should be supporting the infrastructure that's been working for generations in this sector already. So I'd like to comment on the concept of textile waste. In public debate, there's sometimes a tendency to refer broadly of these imports as waste, that the global north is dumping waste on the global south. From the perspective of the sorting and reuse sector, that's not an accurate description of the majority of what is traded, and it's in fact a bit of an insulting description. Material shipped to Iquique frequently includes what is known as credential clothing. So credential clothing is what the original donations. It hasn't been picked through, it hasn't gone through a thrift store. And this is the most valuable form of imported textiles because it has the higher value items in it. Chile also receives pre-sorted goods in smaller bales, serving different segments of the reuse market. Together, these streams support businesses, jobs, and consumers, allow consumers access to affordable clothing. Grouping all of these flows under a single term like waste obscures those differences and can lead to policy responses that unintentionally harm functioning parts of the system. I've heard there's a 60% waste estimate floating around to describe textiles that are being imported into Chile. This estimate assumes that last year, 40 million kilograms of the 58 million kilograms imported is waste. However, Zofree data shows that 42 million kilograms of those 58 million kilograms was re-exported for reuse, and that's 72% sold for reuse. So there's a disconnect here between some of the data that we'd like to get a better understanding of. And we also have another estimate that says 40% of the volume goes to waste, and that's based solely on satellite images and remote calculations. Estimates from sorters themselves on the ground in Iquique say that the waste volumes are closer to in the 10 to 15% range and sometimes lower. So what waste really means in the reuse markets, that's related to how we define waste more broadly, as our Basel speaker discussed. A product that does not sell immediately or does not sell in a particular place is not necessarily waste. For example, a wool coat may not move in a warm climate, and a certain style may fall out of favor in one city while remaining attractive elsewhere. Secondary markets are very dynamic. Preferences can vary by region and can change week to week, just like they do in primary retail. When a garment is redirected from one market to another, that's often a logistics and demand matching process, not an indication that the item is inherently waste. Of course, over time, all garments will reach end of life, and how that waste is managed depends heavily on the local waste management infrastructure. But it's important not to conflate the existence of disposal challenges with the idea that the original trade is simply a waste export exercise. We do fully recognize as SMART the negative impact that improperly managed waste fractions have caused in places like the Atacama Desert. In reality, when looking at the scale of the used clothing trade, the open air textile dumps represent a minority fraction of the imported goods and a very minority fraction of the overall textile waste that's generated globally. For example, in the United States, we generate 17 million tons of waste every year, and 85% of that goes straight to landfill. So we need to work on localized end-of-life solutions for the unsellable fraction, and we need to invest in recycling facilities here. Related to that waste discussion, SMART strongly supports the Basel Convention's objective of promoting environmentally sound management of waste. However, we have a concern that the proposal would classify reusable textiles broadly as waste or subject them to prior informed consent procedures without clearly distinguishing between genuinely reusable materials and goods traded for reuse. Unusable materials and goods traded for reuse. If that line is drawn too broadly, there's a real risk of disrupting legitimate reuse markets that already deliver environmental, economic, and social benefits at scale. And importantly, the secondhand clothing trade displaces global demand for new clothing. It could also create the prior informed consent procedures could also create administrative burdens and delays for operators whose role is to keep textiles in circulation for as long as possible. Much of the current discussion around used textiles has been influenced by the frequently cited claim that 40% of secondhand clothing exports become waste that was generated by an NGO out of Ghana. And that figure was derived by informal observational studies and was never published. In contrast, we have a growing body of credible data-driven research that consistently demonstrates the overwhelming majority of imported secondhand clothing globally are suitable for reuse and resale. UNCTAD and SMEP did a study on Uganda and Tanzania, and they found that only 1 to 1.5% constituted waste, and 3% were rags with recoverable value. In Guatemala, 88 to 95% of imported secondhand clothing is retained for direct reuse value. In Kenya, multiple studies concluded that 98% or more of imported goods were reusable. The Ghana Used Clothing Dealers Association did a study that found that waste does not exceed 5%. And the GIZ in Ghana also did a study that found approximately 10% of the materials entering the Contamonto market leave as waste, substantially lower than the 40% waste figure that the media has picked up on. So together, these studies consistently demonstrate that unusable material generally accounts for only 5 to 10% of all imported secondhand clothing. So SMART would like to see a few policies being pursued. One is improved traceability and transparency, strengthen the systems that improve visibility throughout the textile value chain, allowing stakeholders to better understand the material flows and ensure appropriate management of products and end of life. Revise and clarify the harmonized tariff system codes. It's not sufficient to just have 6309. We need sub-categorized codes to be more specific about the characteristics of the textiles that are within that higher level code. We need to strengthen existing extended producer responsibility frameworks, an area that we are very engaged in. We need to promote eco-modulation and clearly distinguish waste from reusable goods. So in conclusion, our point is hopefully simple and constructive. The closer the connection between the policymakers in this room are to the operators who actually move the material, the better every decision will be. Those operators have spent a century or more solving the exact problems this summit is trying to solve, and building more synergy between us and those actors will not just be a favor to the industry, it's how our agenda is going to succeed overall. So, thank you.
Thank you, Marisa, for providing the meeting with this global overview on this kind of complex dynamics and markets, and also your data on trends related to the quality of the material, and also the standpoint, the perspective from the sorters side. So we're now transitioning to a topic that we actually touched upon yesterday, which is the SB707, which is not an aircraft as I thought before the meeting, but in fact is the Responsible Textile Recovery Act that has been adopted in 2024 in California, which is a statewide extended producer responsibility, or EPR, that is actually quite important, not only for California or the US, but for globally, I would say, as an example of legislation that is intended to provide, structure in a way what we have been discussing over the last 2 days. So, Rachel, welcome back.
Thank you.
To the meeting. The question for you is about the SB 707, which we learned yesterday is essentially a legislation that requires brands to fund end-of-life textile management in California. But the question is a bit different here, and the question is actually about the, if any, legal, political, or moral obligation for those same brands to fund end-of-life management for the textile they have already exported to Chile, to Kenya, Pakistan, Ghana, and all the countries that that Marisa just mentioned to us. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Thanks for having me back. I'm surprised after yesterday you had me back, so thank you. That's a huge question, and I think it's kind of the question that we're all trying to answer here. Who has the legal, political, moral, and I would add financial responsibility for management of, the global North's exports? And unsurprisingly, I do not have a straight answer. I can go into some of the nuances and sort of start to chip away at how we as an organization, and I think the US is starting to think about these things. And since it is through the lens of the only law we have on the books related to textiles and how to manage their end of life, it is largely sort of being discussed through SB 707. And I'll start with the legal. The 2 years of discussions that shaped that bill had input from not only Americans, but European NGOs and NGOs from all over the world, many of which who had already worked on extended producer responsibility. And to their surprise, and even some surprise of some people in the United States, states in the United States are not countries. And what I mean by that is the state of California does not have jurisdiction over where exports go. They stop, their jurisdiction stops at the point of sale and at the waste stream and ends at the border. So there really is no serious legal theory today that extends state EPR, US state EPR obligations to a garment once it's left the country. Now, that said, here's where it gets a little bit more complicated, because while there is no legal theory in statute, the political sort of tools could be a little bit sharper and potentially sharper than people realize. California can control what happens in their own program. So brands who sign up to be obligated producers who sign up to be able to have permission to sell into the state and may think, oh, great, problem solved, when the solution really does not end, as we all know, in the state of California. And the problem didn't start there and it doesn't end there. So when the program goes into effect in California or potentially other states in the US, and there is an increased amount of exports, this has many benefits actually, in that we're going to have a lot more data. And I think the reality will be a lot more clear about like what we have on our hands. But there is also statute language in SB 707 that suggests that the materials should be processed closest to the point of generation. And there are also transparency requirements. And that, I think I mentioned yesterday, is about as defined as that gets. And so if that does mean in the rule writing process that an entire chain of custody is required for traceability, and there are fines imposed for not having that, that could be a de facto export restriction. And so, and like I said yesterday, we just don't know what those rules are going to be and how sort of those few sentences that are enough to kind of hang yourself are going to be interpreted. And if a business cannot document what happens, for instance, to a bale, and it was required from end to end, then they can't move it profitably. This doesn't require California to claim jurisdiction over Chile or Ghana. It just makes it very hard to export and potentially economically impossible. So the challenge is not that California, New York, or Washington State, which are our most politically progressive states, which are also the most likely to enact EPR in the United States, are passing these laws. It's actually that we just don't know what these laws are actually going to look like in practice. And furthermore, since these laws indicate that there are going to be traceability requirements and that there is potentially going to be fines for noncompliance, how are we going to manage these materials within these states that also have some of the highest minimum wages, the costliest tax environments for businesses to run, and so on. And so then I can go on to the moral responsibility, which is not really a question I think one person should answer, but I can put it in a framework of like the principles of extended producer responsibility. And producer responsibility is a causal principle. It's not just a jurisdictional one. So the entity that manufactured and placed a product on the market and profited is therefore through this type of law accountable for the end of life. And since, as we all know, a dress does not carry a passport by itself, a polyester blended garment that's worn once and then donated, it has essentially the same potential burden as in Los Angeles as it does in Chile. So that's all to say, and from a moral perspective, only honoring the principle where the statute requires it, like only honoring the principle of EPR within the state, and then whatever happens after there is not our problem, really is not the spirit of an extended producer responsibility bill. But then all that to say, like, what does that mean? Who pays for the impact of that garment, or should it have an impact? And there has been talk about, is there some sort of fee sharing mechanism? And I think country by country fee sharing is administratively close to impossible from a state perspective. It also risks reading as the global north sort of dictating terms to countries that didn't agree to these terms. Not to say that there could not be intra-country financing opportunities. I think that would be much more likely, but I don't know if it's within a state's extended producer responsibility program. I don't know if that's administratively possible. So the more likely levers, and that's not to say we don't have financial and policy levers. I think the more likely levers we have are, as many has said in this room over and over the past 2 days, traceability mechanisms that can contribute to throttling the worst materials from ever leaving. And many of the policy incentive structures I proposed yesterday that could then capture those materials and convert them into new materials to be reconstituted, in the United States. And then earlier still inside extended producer responsibility, there could be mandatory minimum recycled content requirements designed for durability and recyclability as a tool. Not just simply vague eco-modulated fees, but real sort of structural mechanisms that could lessen the amount of those, maybe the 2 bales that the north of Chile gets are the good ones and not the third one doesn't come. I mean, ultimately, I think that would be, preferable, especially if you're paying for 3 bales. And then on the Basel Convention, I'll just say I'm not speaking on behalf of AMCIRC because we have not weighed in on classification yet, and I was really happy to hear directly from someone from the organization myself today. It is obviously a very technical, complicated process. It is obviously EU-driven, not US-driven. They're the ones pushing for this reclassification. From a context from the US, US signed the Basel Convention in 1990, but we did not ratify it. And we're just a handful of countries that did not. So we aren't protected, but we are exposed. So nearly every importing country in the secondhand import trade falls under the Basel Convention. So we are de facto exposed. Our export markets are exposed. If secondhand textiles get reclassified as controlled, those countries are potentially legally barred from buying from a non-party like the US. So without a separate sort of bilateral equivalent agreement as we have under the USMCA, which does not exist for secondhand imports, things could get very complicated. So, I think if those blanket exceptions are shaped in favor of secondhand trade, that would be great. I also think in addition, the levers that I mentioned prior are critical to maintaining global trade. I think they're going to have to be work in both in tandem. And since, we aren't a party to the Basel Convention, but whatever is decided is going to affect the entire global secondhand market, if that turns out in favor of U.S. global secondhand market and secondhand trade, that's still just a shield, not a sword. And I still think that those other levers of just addressing the problem at the source is going to be the most critical thing that we can address. and probably under our most, legal authority in the United States on a state by state and eventually potentially federal basis. So I would just say, in summary, SB 707 does not technically create a direct legal obligation, but it creates an increasingly real political one with these sharp tools that I think are sharper than people potentially realize in terms of moral obligations. Extending California's fee model abroad, likely not feasible. And this treaty that we're not a party to is not going to benefit our system inherently, but could potentially be destructive. So the actual tools are further upstream, as I mentioned, traceability within EPR, recycled content requirements designed for durability and recyclability. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Well, no doubt the SB 707 is a compelling example of public policy in trying to regulate these complex again and very much complicated structure that is underpinning the trade, the production, and also the management of the waste from second-hand garments. We are now, I think, going back to Spanish. I don't know, because you have a very international name, so it's not like my name. So I don't know if you're hablas español, creo. Okay. Bueno, entonces vamos a tener
Very well. We will then have our final panelist for today. And this is Paula Vial, who works for Patagonia. Patagonia, the brand, not Patagonia, the region of Chile and Argentina. So,
Patagonia, de hecho, está conocida en todo el mundo.
Patagonia is well known around the globe as a brand, and their presence around the world, especially in the sports sector, based on an identity that is identified with durability, sustainable business models, and we've seen all of this over the course of the last 2 days in a market that is transferring quite violently in some cases toward fast fashion. Clothes that used to last years are lasting just a season. So I'd like to know what the commercial history is and whether the model that Patagonia has adopted, presenting itself the way it's presented itself to the world, can be expanded around the world, or is this a model that is based on what we might call premium clients and a segment of consumers who over time may well not be a majority? Paula? Thank you very much, Francisco, for the question, and thank you for everything that you've done for Chile. It is a pleasure to be here to share with you on behalf of Patagonia. Francisco, it's a good question, and it's not the first time I've been asked it, because today we are living in a culture and in an industry that is used to things that are disposable and available immediately. And when you have a company like Patagonia that is defined and based on durability and circularity, and whether it's good business or not is a good one. And the question is one of very often we question durability-based models, but we don't question those that are doing the opposite, that are generating high volumes, but high turnover, rotation, and poor quality. And so I don't think the question is whether this model is viable. I think the question is, why are we adopting other models and normalizing them? Now, as to the direct question, yes, Patagonia has a model that's viable. 99%, we're the same as any other company. We pay salaries, we have debts, we pay rent, but we have a small percentage, maybe 1%, that is completely different and makes us different. And we operate based on a different logic. And that is that we are in business to save planet Earth. And that guides our business decisions day to day. Now, that doesn't, nonetheless, put us outside of the issue here, because we know that everything we do creates or has an impact. And so, therefore, we operate based on the responsibility, or based on responsibility. And this creates a tension. And it's been said here, the tension between business and impact. And for us, that's not optional, it's structural. And the way that Patagonia has taken and translated that tension into the model is by changing our ownership model. In 2022, or the only shareholder that owns 100% of Patagonia is planet Earth. That is to say, 100% of shares in the business are being allocated to fighting the climate crisis. But that doesn't solve the problem. But the role of capital does change, because you need capital to invest in better materials, to invest in repairs, to invest in a business model that is healthy and profitable. And our model is not based on selling more units faster. We're based on creating a model that is grounded in extending the useful life of products. And that means that we have to design products that last years and not seasons. Never talk about fashion. Invest in quality. And this is one of the biggest environmental issues today. To incentivize repair rather than replacement. Repair and resell secondhand. And we also have to encourage clients to buy less, because that changes the model. Because the economy is no longer in a single transaction. It has to do with durability, with repairs, and a long-term relationship with a customer. But that alone is also not sufficient, because we know, and let me repeat, that everything we do has an impact. But we acknowledge it. When we measure our impact, we realize that the impact was not in our stores with our clients, but rather over 90% of our footprint is in the origin of the raw materials, in the processing of the textiles, in the preparation and the finishing of the cloth. And so therefore, the question is, where do we have to act first? And when people learn a bit more about Patagonia, they start to ask us, well, if this model works, why hasn't it become more widespread? And the answer is, it's the system. Today, the basis of the industry is based on volume. on quick turnover, on low prices, and environmental costs that are not being reflected in the prices we pay in stores. So when a company decides to produce less, but to produce better, to invest in durability, to take on the end of useful life, it's operating at a disadvantage. And that is why the model has not become more widespread. Very often, it's not a lack of intent by companies, but it's a lack of conditions. So let's ask us, with the actions that we're going to take at this summit or after it, whether we are correcting symptoms or whether we are correcting causes. Because if the model continues to push volume, all of these circular actions we take will always be partial. We need for the system to provide aligned economic incentives, infrastructures for circularity, regulations that raise standards, and a redefinition of what the value of the industry is. Because today, the system continues to place an accent on extraction and rotation, turnover. So, to conclude, our model is viable, and our global community is not small. We are present in 45 countries and 6 continents. We have over 100 stores and over 5,700 points of sale through our strategic allies. So the question isn't, can Patagonia continue to grow? The question is, what has to change so that the Patagonia model ceases to be an exception and becomes standard practice? Because what we currently have is only possible if other brands follow suit. And one of our founders once said wisely, there is no business that can be done on a dead planet. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. In fact, very interesting what you said, and also Rachel and Maritza. Yes, Maritza. The main matter was perhaps actually like who pays the externalities that are not reflected in the price of lots of garments that are a low price, and that is not contable, that not accounted for, is not borne in mind when we have to like buy or pay for something. Now we have another person who wants to take the floor, Mr. Yerko Lima. He represents the importers of second-hand clothes from the north of Chile. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you for the opportunity of representing the importers of the north of Chile and the duty-free area. And we say that second-hand clothes is something that is possible for trade through the proper traceability. And we have started to have a recycling plant for non-saleable stock for like a production of 20 tons a day. We hope to finish this by the end of the year. And this will permit us, as the first speaker said, the bad image that we have at the beginning, you see the images and the photographs, this bad image. But really, the question is, why do we have those images? Why did we have to end up with those images? I mean, what happened? Why was that not avoided? So there's something that's much greater than simply just speaking ill of this amount of waste that we have in the sector. Very well. So we want to talk about who we are, We're part of importing and second-hand trade, and this is an area that's sometimes been looked only from an environmental problem point of view, but also has an important social and circular and economic value. The first thing we recognize is that there is a problem in the region of Tarapacá that has to do with waste, and that includes textile waste. We cannot deny that for years we've had clandestine places that are dumping or landfills where they're abandoning the clothes in our region, and it's actually damaging the reputation of our area of work. But as there is not enough traceability, it's been difficult to find out exactly who is responsible for each of this waste. That lack of traceability affects not only the environment, but also those people who are responsible and those of us who want to work in an orderly system. The official figures show us the magnitude of the challenges, and they've been pointed out before. Chile imports about 92% of the second-hand clothes in the market. More than 123 million tons came into the country. We talked about 70 tons at the beginning, but then later, talking with others, everyone says a lot less. So there's a matter as well. I mean, we have to study this. And I know it's a lot less as far as the tons of waste is concerned. These figures are worrisome, but they also make us think about the following. The problem is not the second-hand clothes in itself. The problem is lack of traceability, and also the regulation and to the Ministry of the Environment, fiscalization, infrastructure, we will have it, and a formal destiny for things that cannot be sold. That's why, as important as second-hand clothes, we think that this new EPR law is important, but it will not be enough unless it is accompanied properly by a proper plan of fiscalization and real sanctions, traceability, and coordination among the competent authorities. The investment that we are doing is approximately 7 billion pesos, so it's actually quite a lot. I mean, we have to control everything like informal transportation, and we have a lot of rules for this, but we don't sanction this. If we don't do this, then we will have a problem, because it might end up just be like all good intentions. The standards need to be enforced, and we need institutions that are able to act. And in that sense, we think that the region needs a stronger governance with participation of our national and regional authorities, governments. We need Seremi of Health and Customs, Transportation. We need the police, and we also need the private sector. This problem cannot be solved by just one actor, one person. We need the commitment from the institutions, constant commitment and enforcement. And we have to make sure that the future plant that we will have will also have all of the people who are involved be there, like the classifiers, the traders, the community. Everyone must see it as, and everyone must see it as a project that is a solution, not something that is isolated. Now, traceability is the most important thing of this new system. Every kilogram of clothes that comes in must have a destiny, and we must know where it's going. And that's why we will, if with this recycling plant, it will help us. And what is seen as waste might become raw material for new products, so they will not end up in a landfill. And we will be able to develop them and export them again. Sometimes it can be used, like you've seen in Brazil, you look inside your cars, there are little products, like we can make those, we can make these little like carpets for the cars, and then also for furniture. There's many products that can be developed through this clothes that is not sellable. As importers, we understand the problem. We think that we must be responsible. As we talk about traceability and recycling, we want to prove that second-hand clothes can be in a responsible model, and reusable will also help society and economy. And also what is not used can become raw material. Let's remember the impact this has. Second-hand clothes permits thousands of lower income families are able to have clothes. Sometimes it's not fashion, it's just a need. It means that they can face the winter with proper clothes, otherwise we wouldn't be able to do so. Also, behind that activity, there's employment, and it was pointed out by Lorena. Most of the people who work there are women, the classifiers, collectors, women, and these women are the heads of their households and depend on this economy. In the markets, the reclassification and the sale creates a lot of creates money for these women. So we don't want to deny there's a problem with the environment. What we want to do is to defend this activity because it has value that is social and environmental, but it must be done orderly. It shouldn't be a synonym of contamination or pollution. It should be a synonym of circular economy, employee, and responsibility with environment. At a global level, the second-hand clothes also has important benefits, and we've seen in studies that reusing it can also avoid 3 kilograms of CO2 instead of making a new one. It's also been estimated that reusing can have 70 times less impact on the environment and they use a lot less water than what is used to make new clothes. So when we buy second-hand clothes, we're taking away a lot of the impact on the environment, like creating the fibers and dyeing it and then selling it from the beginning. And it reduces the emissions, it saves water, and it makes these life cycle much longer. So our message is very clear. Second-hand clothes is not rubbish. It is something that is very good so long as we have traceability and responsibility for the waste. We want to be part of the solution. We want to move forward to the solution so it could be classified properly, and then what cannot be sold should be recycled in the plant we mentioned so that we can turn it into something else and use it as raw material. And we hope that we can work together with the private sector to create the right mechanisms. In Tarapacá, once again, we require fiscalization. We need authorities to help us. And everyone must actually declare what they're doing within the law and be clear before the law. We've said this to the Ministry of Environment and the General Secretariat. Please call all the importers and tell them how important it is for them to be able to declare that they are declaring the textiles that they're importing. We must do it all together. We shouldn't just destroy this type of work. We should transform it into circular economy. Tarapacá can turn into the region that has the first serious recycling of textiles in Chile. We want to take care of our trade, support the families that live off this, and make sure that it will never again be abandoned in the desert. That's what I wanted to say to you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. Thank you, Mr. Lima, and I think that your position has very points in common with what we have been discussing here at this meeting. Carolina, it's now 11 minutes past, almost 12 minutes past 5 o'clock. Well, what should we do? Well, we have 10 minutes for questions. So we'll be able to open the floor for all of you. So please be as brief as possible. Say your name, where you're coming from, and what is your question. And if you want someone to answer especially, or if it's a general question for everyone. So please raise your hands and don't be afraid. Let's give them a microphone.
Hola, ¿está sonando? Sí. Vengo por representación de Patagonia.
I represent Patagonia. It's very interesting this initiative that you have for the recycling plant in the north. I would like to know if what is considered waste from the bales that are going to be taken as soon as they come in, or is this like the residue of the textile that's already in the desert? Well, first of all, thank you for the question. I want to say there was a demand last year in September 2025, the state sued. I mean, sued and they said that the state actually has to have a plan in 6 months and 10 years to recover the damage that exists. It's not just textile, there's also other types of small landfills. There's an interesting matter there. In 2008, we created the subdere so that the municipalities would be able to update their landfills. But so far in Tarapacá, there's only one authorized landfill. And unfortunately, when it was closed, of the commune of Iquique, a private person went there and generated the following effect. Right now, he charges for this, and the people who before could use this municipality for their landfill, and they pay a little bit of money, but now the people who offer the service, they go there, and before they get there, they go somewhere else. So what has happened? In 224, I asked them, do you have a problem with your waste? He says, no, not at all. And we got together. The thing is that there's another road, which is called the road that goes to the lagoon of Guara, and they're creating a huge landfill. It's much, much worse. And it's like what they call small landfills. Now, with regards to your question, and let's hope that the Council of the State doesn't annul what they said at the court, we can be part of the solution, and we can have conversations with Bolivia to be able to receive a type of material that's made of textile to be used within the cement industry. We have to assume some costs. We have no problem being part of the solution. And with regards, well, when we classify the clothes, some of the clothes, we keep them in the stock. And there's another thing, like before that stock that wasn't sellable, we used to be burnt, but we no longer do that. But nobody gives a solution. And then they started to create situations like the one I just mentioned. And now we have this solution here. So that not sellable stock, we can't say it's waste, it's low quality, it's not sellable. But because of studies and within importing mixed products of mixed clothes, it shouldn't be more than just 15% of whatever is coming in, that non-sellable stock. I wonder if that answered your question. Someone else? We have 4 minutes. Let's give that person a microphone, please. Do you have one right in front of you, maybe? The middle button. I want to make a comment. My name is Alberto from the Ministry of the Environment, of Circular Economy. I'm part of the team that we're regulating the textiles under IREP. And if I get slightly away from textiles, the problems that we have here, we can see in other types of goods as well. We're basically talking about markets that are full of cheap merchandise that are accessible and give immediate satisfaction, but they have a terrible impact in the medium and short term. We talk also electronic types of things, the same type of concept. What we talked about yesterday is the price. People here are referring to this because it's cheaper, it's easier to buy, and people consume it. I mean, they buy it, of course. Then we also have like the preferences of the consumer. It's very difficult to meddle with that. But there is a whole industry dedicated to aggressive marketing to convince people that they have these needs. And in Patagonia, we have a whole industry that is dedicated to creating this need. And then on the other hand, and next to this market that is full of these merchandises or this merchandise, we have another problem. How do we take care of this waste, which is bigger and greater as time goes by? Industrial waste also needs industrial solutions. So here we're facing a problem. We need to generate some kind of industry be able to process this waste and create new products that is actually of interest to others. And once again, we go back to price. We're going to have raw material that's going to have to compete with the price, with new and virgin materials that have different type of quality. Is that possible? No. So what do we do with the EPR law? It has to do with environments, and it has this market sort of instrument, but it's not necessarily an industrial policy. It doesn't have enough muscle behind it to generate industry. It doesn't have like the monetary capacity to generate the incentives that are necessary and to have a solution in the industry, which is what we've been hinting at the last few days, telling us that this EPR law has its limits. Another limit is that I don't know if it's feasible to change consumers' awareness and preference. I don't know if this law, EPR, has been designed or thought about this. So basically, what I'm putting on the table is that although we can take this EPR law to limits where we have, we're still going to be banging into economic structures that goes above and beyond what policy for the environment can actually solve. And we think this is a global problem, and I think the solution should be global as well. It's a global problem, global solution. So ECLAC, there are two subjects that have been touched upon that could perhaps be regional solution. On the one hand, we have traceability of this waste and products. It has to go above and beyond just being in Chile, and also certification. These are things that it can be very good that a state of Latin America could have, but I think that ECLAC would have the capacity to coordinate this kind of work and integrate the various countries of the region and be able to have the conditions so that this will be regulated in some way. In the same way it was done a few years ago with when they studied about these car batteries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we have time for one last question. Or the last two. The gentleman over there and over here. Good afternoon. I am Pedro Vasquez for Textile Importers from Tarapacá. I want to leave a question on the table for the forum. I've seen that there is a dichotomy between the need to have a circular economy and to reduce the use of this fast fashion clothes. But most of the countries of the region forbids or limits the imports of second-hand clothes, notwithstanding its quality. I'd like to say to the forum that prohibition means that this fast fashion can reach very efficiently to our markets that will not be used, not have a second use, and excellent quality clothes that is produced in these second-hand markets like in Boston and Washington is forbidden to come into many countries of Latin America. So that dichotomy has made the fast fashion grow because the consumption does not have only to do with matters that have to do with fashion, or it also has to do with quality clothes. We cannot compete with prices. We cannot all have access to new clothes made of a special cloth. Many of us can only have access, especially the rest of the population, to quality, this type of quality, if we permit second-hand clothes to come into the country. And this will reduce the consumption of resources and will permit access to real quality of clothes at good prices for large populations of Latin America. Today, despite the discourse that says that we want to reduce this fast fashion, most of the countries of Latin America, for trade reasons, have stopped second-hand clothes coming in from the markets of the north.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Lorena, you have the floor. My name is not Lorena. Lorena had to leave, yeah. My name is Javiera Arteaga. I'm an economist, and I represent a foundation called Latido Circular. A comment on what Alberto said, and also yourself. I don't remember your name. Pedro, thank you. I think, well, we're facing a very big problem, and the diagnosis is quite clear. What's happening in the region, what's happening in Chile, what happens in the north of Chile. It is a multidimensional problem, of course. And just with the public policies, we'll not be able to solve it. I mean, just with that alone. So this law will help us to have areas where the private sector will be able to gather all of this, and then we'll be able to gather secondhand clothes from the homes, and there's infrastructure that works, especially with the EPR, as far as packaging is concerned. This is not so homogeneous as what we've had, therefore, it has its differentiators which needed to be studied, especially. At the same time, we have to see what are we importing. This is not about closing the door to international trade. Lori said this before. We're going above and beyond, like what are we permitting to enter a second-hand clothes? I mean, we should look at the origin of these clothes. So the second-hand clothes that is not really quality and that comes in these huge containers should stay in its origin, and that the country of origin should take care of their own waste. I mean, that happens so much in international trade that today we're not able to analyze because of the volumes and the forms. Maybe we continue to analyze that public policy. But should be the country of origin that should take care of that waste, not where it ends up, not the destiny. And that could be a public policy that could be implemented with the Ministry of the Home Office and also other ministries. We're not talking about stopping secondhand clothes coming in. What we're trying to do is to improve the quality of the clothes. So generally what we're looking for in the north of Chile with the little pieces of clothes that have not been sold. We're not talking about clothes. I mean, we're not going to be receiving, for example, things that we receive now, like shoes, like one shoe. The other pair is not there. They just sell one shoe. A suitcase that has like bits of maybe like the suitcase is broken, it doesn't have like a wheel, and we're not going to be able to do anything with those products at all. So these are guidelines that we should not be a policy of terror, like second-hand is not going to be permitted, and everything that's coming in at all. We have to be a little bit more selective. It's like curating these products, even if we cannot like curate them the way we wanted to. That's like for the second-hand clothes. And with regards to the clothes that are being imported for primary use, I mean, we have to sit down and talk. In this country, we're able to put seals on the food because it had too much salt, too much sugar, too much fat. But in the end, that public policy actually has a really good impact on people's health, and we even got an award for that. So we could also just be a little bit more demanding on fast fashion. We could become a little bit more selective. And we could say we need a maximum percentage of plastic or the technical matter that we want. We shouldn't be afraid. I think we've done this before. We've been capable of having public policies to defend the well-being of the people and of the natural resources that we have. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone for the participation. We have the very last comments, closing comments. Perfect. Thank you very much. The translation team might be leaving. We want to thank you for all of your support and for accompanying us in these discussions. Let me interrupt you really quickly. I just want to say we have the names of the people who have been accompanying us. Claudia Guet, Anthea Johnston, Holly Lawton, Catherine Ann Kaufman, and Milta Parada. Thank you very much for your interpretation. Your work is not always recognized for letting this happen. Thank you very much.
Invaluable. Y bueno, la verdad es que estos dos días han sido espectaculares. Mañana tenemos un tercero, pero quería tomarme este tiempo, estos minutos para poder comentarles un poco qué es lo que ha pasado el día de hoy. Ayer también fue demasiado enriquecedor y a nosotros, en este caso, al equipo de Ambition Loop, Clarisa, especialmente mi persona, que hemos estado liderando este proceso durante algunos meses en conjunto con Claudia, con Carolina y con Gonzalo, ha sido increíble ver la participación de todas y de todos ustedes, esas diversas voces que han podido ser tan generosas y transparentes y darnos su tiempo en estos 2 días. El día de hoy empezamos con esta mesa ministerial que para mí personalmente fue no sé, se me pararon los pelos de punta de poder ver en la discusión al gobierno, a la industria, a diferentes representantes, a recicladores de base, a gobiernos multilaterales, que es justamente lo que nosotros como Ambition Loop estamos impulsando, que es poder tener estos espacios de convergencia para escuchar diferentes voces y poder acelerar esas transiciones, en este caso de la circularidad del sector textil. Los gobiernos destacaron la importancia de avanzar hacia marcos regulatorios que entreguen certidumbre a la industria, que eso me pareció muy interesante, incluyendo mecanismos de la red, pero también se tocó el tema de la ecomodulación, los pasaportes digitales y estándares que incentiven a la innovación y a la colaboración. Sobre todo me gustó mucho también volver a lo que se mencionó de la innovación en estos tiempos, de esta colaboración, que lo mencionó ayer Guillerme, y hoy día lo volvimos a palpar, y cómo poder construir estos espacios para que exista una colaboración en verdad que sea eficiente y sostenible. La industria también hizo un llamado a construir regulaciones que faciliten la acción colectiva, lo recalcaron las dos empresas, que permite desarrollar infraestructura compartida. El día de hoy también vimos que hay una de las grandes brechas es la infraestructura, el equipamiento dentro de la región, pero también a nivel mundial, que es lo que tenemos que poner atención para poder garantizar que no solamente vaya para el tema de la disposición final o el reciclaje o la valorización, sino que también me gustó mucho lo que tú comentaste, Paula, que también podamos pensar en esta infraestructura y también, Marisa, que you mentioned that, pero voy a hablar en español. De la infraestructura para esos modelos de negocio que ya han estado antes en términos de la retornabilidad, del reuso, también de la remanufactura de los oficios anteriores, de los costureros, zapateros, zapateras, cómo poder también incentivar ese impulso hacia esa infraestructura y equipamiento adicional. En materia de financiamiento, la verdad es que estuvo extremadamente interesante. A mí personalmente me llamó mucho la atención de lo poco que dentro de todo el margen de financiamiento a nivel del Banco Mundial que nos compartió hoy día Natalia, solo el 1.5% va para inversión en economía circular en la región, y de ese 1.5, solo 1.5 va a textiles. Entonces ahí vemos que hay una oportunidad, no le veo como una brecha, sino como una oportunidad de cómo podemos construir proyectos que sean de envergadura, que permita reducir ese riesgo que mencionaron varias veces los multilaterales, para poder acceder a créditos. Ahí se habló la CAF sobre, cómo podemos hacer una plataforma a través de mecanismos de financiamiento mundial como el KEF, pero también con garantías soberanas que permita garantizar que pueda haber un menor riesgo en términos de la inversión. Desde América Latina, con la conversación en temas de biomateriales, también surge una oportunidad muy concreta de aprovechar esas capacidades productivas de los recursos naturales, esos clústeres también industriales, el liderazgo en fibras naturales y el creciente ecosistema de innovación para poder construir una visión regional de circularidad textil que no solo contribuya al desarrollo sostenible de la región, sino que también ayude para continuar estas conversaciones a nivel global, hacia la COP31, hacia la UNEA8, etcétera. Es decir, levantar esa voz desde la región, que hemos visto con claridad que ya se está impulsando acciones concretas y también con casos de ejemplo muy, muy interesantes. Luego, lógicamente, pasamos al tema de químicos, donde uno de los objetivos fue justamente poder comenzar a conversar de químicos de una manera natural,
al momento que estamos hablando de sostenibilidad, al momento que estamos hablando de circularidad en la industria, no podemos obviar no tocar químicos. Y en ese sentido les invito a todos y a todas de poder, con CIDHC, que tenemos aquí justo al representante Marcelo Lobo, pero también que se puedan involucrar en el Global Framework of Chemicals de las Naciones Unidas, poder leer lo que está pasando. Como sabemos, en noviembre va a haber el primer Congreso Internacional del Global Framework of Chemicals en Ginebra, muy interesante que también el sector de la industria se involucre de manera activa. Luego pasamos al tema de comercio, en donde hablamos sobre el convenio de Basilea, las negociaciones de textiles, los textiles reusables, la ropa de segunda mano, también cómo esta industria también está en riesgo, que nos contó Marisa también dentro de un punto de vista que volvemos a tocar el tema de la calidad, cómo se ha ido transformando también la industria de segunda mano y lógicamente esa necesidad para el tema de transparencia y trazabilidad para los sistemas de importación, pero también sabemos que esa es la base para todo lo que nos hace falta, no solamente en la región, sino a nivel global en términos de textiles. Comenzar a utilizar la data que tenemos, pero sobre todo ir generando mayor data. Nosotros empezamos esta cumbre como un sueño, sabiendo de que podemos construir estos caminos de manera colectiva, porque solos no llegamos rápido a ninguna parte, sino que tenemos que ir de la mano y comenzamos a tocar puertas. Y aquí el día de ayer se habló y el día de hoy se habló de que la importancia de las personas detrás de los procesos, de las personas detrás de los sistemas y de las entidades. Me parece muy importante y apropiado agradecer a las entidades de las personas que hicieron este espacio posible en estos 2 días. No es una despedida, así que, porque mañana nos vemos, pero quiero tomarme el tiempo para poder agradecer de manera muy cercana a UNEP, a Francesco, Marco, muchísimas gracias y virtualmente a Bettina, Heller y a todo su equipo que nos ha venido acompañando durante todo este proceso. Agradecimiento a CEPAL, en especial a Carlos, Luis, Karina, María Paz y a todo el equipo. Invaluable el apoyo que nos han dado y que también ha sido maravilloso estar en este espacio de convergencia. A la traducción simultánea que los agradecimos, a todo el equipo de catering y a todo el equipo en general por recibirnos en estos 2 días en este lugar tan maravilloso. A CDHC, en especial a Marcelo y a Mariela, que han estado acompañando todo el diseño también de este proceso, a Sortile, Constanza y Agustina. Por supuesto, al Ministerio del Medio Ambiente, sin ustedes esto no sería posible en lo más mínimo. A la ministra, pero en especial al equipo, a María José y a Bárbara, agradecimiento completamente especial por todo el compromiso, el profesionalismo y la convicción de todo el proceso. A las entidades que hicieron esto posible, a la Fundación Ellen MacArthur, a Guillermo Sortegaray, que le ha puesto toda su energía y su fuerza aquí, a Vid, Valentina y Alfredo, Fundación Avina, Marcela y a su equipo, Patagonia, Dani, Paula, Falabella, Malena y a su equipo, a París, a María Fernanda y a su equipo, a la Cámara de Comercio, a Verónica y a Natasha, a la TAM Airlines, Fundación Mary, Polcura, pero el equipo de Ambition Loop, que ha estado con las pestañas quemadas y dándole con todo, a Clarisa, especiales agradecimientos por todo ese trabajo brillante, Claudia, Carolina, Gonzalo, Rafa, Nina, Benja, Milton, si es que me escapo de uno, 1000 disculpas, los amo. Y sobre todo a todas y a todos ustedes por darnos estos días de su tiempo, de su entrega, de las conversaciones tan generosas, sinceras y oportunas. Esto es invaluable y es lo que ha marcado estos 2 días de saber que podemos construir este camino juntos. Ver el día de hoy a tantos actores sentados en una misma mesa, el día de ayer igual, nos hace tener más optimismo que nunca. O sea, obviamente que lo vamos a poder hacer. Hay millones de retos, sí, pero hay optimismo de por medio. Estar aquí sentados 2 días y mañana un tercero permite soñar alto y permite saber que lo vamos a poder lograr. Así que mañana, no se olviden, tenemos en el Hub de Innovación Metropolitano, hoy día voy a volver no, ya no. Les esperamos mañana a las 8:30 de la mañana para el registro, por favor, lleguen puntuales. Ahorita nos vamos a unos mensajes de Caro en términos de logística, pero antes de nada, un fuerte aplauso para todos y todas ustedes por hacer esto posible.
Imposible mejor resumen. Hoy no hay nube de palabras, no hay nada después de las grandes palabras de Paula. Solo me quiero quedar con una frase cortita que me imagino que a todos les caló muy hondo y va en inglés también, y es de la Sole, cuando al final de su locución dijo: yo trabajo por la casa común. Yo creo que eso no se puede olvidar. We have just one home for all of us, so we really need to work towards that. Sole, muchísimas gracias por esas palabras. Voy con los avisos económicos. Recuerden, a las 6:15, es decir, en poquito más de media hora, vamos a estar saliendo con los buses para la Embajada de Suecia, o la residencia de la Embajadora de Suecia, que ofrece una recepción. Todos debieron haber recibido un correo con la información para registrarse, para que por favor nos puedan acompañar. Sería muy lindo poder seguir compartiendo con ustedes. Así que eso va a ocurrir en la puerta principal. Recuerden que al salir deben dejar las credenciales, ya lo habíamos hablado ayer, para que seamos consecuentes respecto de lo que hemos estado conversando acá. Por lo demás, bueno, los agradecimientos están, pero Cepal de verdad que el mejor anfitrión que nos puede haber tocado. Muchísimas gracias por habernos estado acompañando, facilitando y apoyando de esta manera. Rafa, que estaba ahí, no sé si estuvo nombrado, pero Rafa, muchas gracias también por todo el trabajo. Y por lo demás, nos vemos mañana. Vamos a hacer un día en que vamos a estar con conversaciones de una agenda práctica en torno a la infraestructura, financiamiento, innovación, compromisos y los próximos pasos. Habíamos pensado ya 2026, 2027, pero ojalá que queden todavía muchísimos por recorrer este año 2026. Y mañana nos vemos en el Metropolitan Hub. Finalmente, un aplauso más, el último por el día de hoy tal vez. Tenemos una compañera sentada, está justamente ahí al frente, Sofía Calvo, ha estado muy presente también. Muy feliz cumple. Ya les dimos, todos los traductores están agradecidos. For those of you that don't speak Spanish or weren't able to follow my super fast Chilean Spanish, we're about to leave at 6:15 and the front door. There are going to be buses to take you all. Okay, perfect. Great idea. Thank you. Good to take us all to the reception that the Swiss embassy is hosting for us. Swedish, always the same mistake. Swedish embassy hosting for all of us. And we would like just to have a quick picture before we leave. So if you can all, do you want it over there? Will that be fine? Yeah. If we can all manage to squeeze over there so that we can have a selfie taken by Gonzalo, I guess, who's a professional in it. La foto final para todos en la parte posterior, por favor. Muchísimas gracias por haber compartido con nosotros y ojalá los veamos mañana.